What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before the Harbor Tunnel Thruway, getting a report of an accident. On the outer loop of the Beltway at 895, there's a disabled vehicle that's blocking the right lane there. Pretty quiet everywhere else around the Beltway with no delays so far this morning. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall here. Ed Norris joins us at the top of the hour. I've been talking a lot of Orioles. We'll get into some Ravens stuff a little bit later. As I was saying to you, went to the game last night. I was telling my wife, we're sitting there talking about some of the players coming up. I'm explaining Mike Trout and Zach Neto. Those are the two names you only need to know. No, I don't say only need to know, but you get what I'm saying. That Angels team looks totally different than a few days ago. And so I was explaining the situation with Grayson Rodriguez and all that. And then all of a sudden, Wade Meckler comes up and they put his picture on the scoreboard with that fantastic lip sweater on his face right there. And I'm like, this effing guy, 5 times this year I've watched him play, and all 5 times he's just gone off. So, like, of course, when you see him the first time, I was like, oh, that's interesting. He went 4 for 4. And then I watch him again and he hits a 3-run homer. And I'm going, am I missing something? Should I go pick this guy up in fantasy? And then, of course, you don't watch him for a little bit and you see he's like, okay, he had a couple of nice games, but it's apparent that he has a nice game every time I'm there. And he was on base a couple of times last night.
Yeah, a few base hits. And it's funny because as you just watching as much baseball, like he came through with a massive game-winning hit for the Angels in the 8th inning a few weeks back. And he's a guy, like, just with the people I'm always around at the press box, like pregame we go down and I keep talking. It's funny that it was the ushers of the Angels ushers, I guess this is their trip. Mm-hmm. So they flew out and they had signs and stuff. And they had like a Wade Meckler fathead. And I'm like, coming into the season, imagine if I told you they're going to see a Wade Meckler fathead in this game. 9-hitter. But again, as you say, you watch him, it's like, this dude just gets on base. This dude just hits the ball. He does what he's supposed to. It's one of those annoying guys. Now, I don't think he's a great player. This is probably just a special run, but it's funny because I talk about him. I was talking about him so much yesterday because I've seen him do a lot of good stuff. Yeah,
I mean, it's just strange. And then Jorge Soler gets DFA'd before the game. I was like, somebody going to kick the tires on it? He's been the same guy forever. Gets hot, runs into a bunch of them, going to strike out a ton. Leaves a lot to be desired, but
has a strong arm, but doesn't field well.
Yeah, has a strong arm, but he doesn't know where it's going. Yeah. Like sometimes, but no, I mean that is a piss missile that he throws. So, yeah, look, this Angels team, like I was saying, it would be weird to trade away some pieces and then all of a sudden come in and sweep the Angels. Now you have a hard task tonight because it's Reed Detmers, and last time I checked, thanks a lot, Nipsey. The Orioles don't hit left-handed pitching all that well, and Reed Detmers, he grades out in my go ahead and drink algorithm as the second best pitcher today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they go about it with him. Does Kobe Mayo lead off again? You made a few moves, Franklin coming over in that trade with the Nats.
Somebody said it looks like Taylor Ward out there. He walked. He's like,
and he runs well. Like, it's very interesting to see what he can bring. I don't know how a guy's going to go from what he's been through and come up and just do what they need him to. But the big thing with him in the minors, it's not a great batting average, but he can get on base. And they could use a guy like that. And he's pretty fast, and he plays a pretty good outfield defense. The ball back to the wall, going back in a really weird spot. And even Taylor Ward had trouble with the wall up until he was traded.
We were all thinking it when it got hit. It was like, are you kidding me?
Exactly. And the way that Rico went down, he's given up so many home runs of late. And Rico does this little jump. I'm like, oh, he thought I was gone too. And Neto was just so sick. But that's what that new wall can do. It was good to see him get some work. And this was his major league debut, and he didn't look, outmatched. He looked like he fit in. He scored the first run of the game. He gets on base like he can. I'm interested to see. I think they're going to give him a little bit of a run just because he's right-handed bat. I know, as I said earlier, we're going to talk about it. Kerstead makes sense, but again, he's a lefty. When you have these things, being a right-handed bat should help Franklin get more opportunity.
I was sitting there watching it last night, and I'm going, when do they finally move Trout? Like, is it something because I was reading stuff about baseball players. So I saw Zach Cozart, former shortstop for the Reds, he chimed in on social media about Tyler Stevenson, who said that Terry Francona was calling him, telling him he didn't get traded, and he was so happy he didn't get traded because he wanted to stay in Cincinnati. And then Zach Cozart responded, said, yeah, I was always that way too. I didn't want to go. And I wanted to stay. And he goes, now that I think about it, I would have rather tried to go for the World Series and jump on a contender and experience that. And I get it. There's a lot of upheaval of the family, moving stuff around. Where do you want to be? East Coast, West Coast? I've heard people talking about Adley in Boston saying, I don't think he's going to sign an extension. He wants to go to the West Coast. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But, we do see this.
Yeah, there's always that balance of loyalty, wanting to win a championship. And in baseball, it's so odd. It's rare for a dude to play for one team his whole career. At some point, they're going to get older, and the team doesn't want them anymore. They're rebuilding, whatever, and they move on. But I think a lot of players, and it's a business. At the end of the day, it's a business. These guys have to make business decisions too, because when a team does it, it's like, oh, whatever. But when a player wants to go win, it's, oh, they're chasing a ring. But at the same time, the Dodgers thing is beyond out of control. But to it, like you said with Cozart, I did see the tweet, and it's like, do you really want to keep being on this? They're just a mid team. They're every year they're talked about as a playoff contender, but when they're in it, they're not the 1 or 2 seed like a Dodgers or even the Brewers at that. They're just maybe there. You're never going to win a World Series there now. Could you go win a World Series as a second catcher somewhere in a year or two? Probably, and that might be best for him if you just want to be a part of a winning team.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at it too. You always think the guy would want to go. Hearing the Jacob deGrom thing. That the Braves were trying to trade for him, and he used his no trade clause, which he has. He got it worked into his contract. It's his prerogative. But if I'm a Braves fan, I'm probably going, whoa, what's wrong, man? What did we do? Why don't you want to come here? And I was even saying, I don't think this is true, but maybe as a Mets player, just hates Atlanta and doesn't want to go there. They're like Vlad Guerrero said he never wanted to play for the Yankees for how things went with his dad. All that's true until money talks or a chance to win a World Series talks. So. I don't know. I just think it's funny sometimes because I would be the guy that would move. I would want to stay at home and stay in the place that I've been. But when you start to see the forest through the trees, you're like, okay, well, wait a minute. We're not going anywhere. They got a shot. And is it a realistic shot? So
yeah, it also depends if ownership is willing to spend some money or if the GM wants to make winning moves. Now, if you're in a spot where you're just not ever going, and even a place like Colorado, if you're a pitcher, how could you want to be there? There's a reason that nobody wants to sign there or stay there. And Freeland is the exception, but Freeland hasn't been great there. And it's tough. But some teams are, and that's just a disadvantage for them. But the Vladdy thing is funny because Vladdy had made those comments I don't want to go to New York, all those things. And then it was contract time. Toronto still hadn't got the contract done. He's like, well, I don't he kind of stepped back. And all of a sudden Toronto gets the extension on. It's like, well, all of a sudden a few words, and that wasn't what changed it, but a few words can change up when the contract talks come out.
Yeah, so again, here we are, 1.5 games out. The Orioles are technically still in it. It's weird. If they end up making it, and the September's interesting, I'm not saying they make the playoffs, but we have some meaningful games there. People are going to, you can already see it. People are going to look back and be pissed that they didn't buy, that they sold at that point in time. And I was watching people say, who was I reading yesterday? Oh, I think Wyman put this up about the Padres and Eller, right? Or Preller, excuse me, was saying that, hey, I'm going for it. I want to win. And then Wyman had made the point, like, he said, this is what you want to hear from, your GM and ownership. And I'm like, yes, I understand that. But when they swing and miss yet again and they have no farm system, you talk about those lean years they're going to go through. I'm not saying look, I love the idea of going for it, but it's also at what cost? And I totally agree with people that are saying, look, Elias has to show us that it's not just about rebuild after like, hey, let's get the most for this. Let's get the most for this. We're getting the best bang for our buck. We do have a ton of starting pitching. I even saw Jim Palmer made a comment about it saying, hey, look, I mean, on a side note, they got a ton of starting pitching now in the minors, or pitching in general. So we'll see what we can do with it.
Yeah, no, I do. I've always been a huge fan of Preller. And they haven't won with him, but I always go back to that Dodger series. I was rooting for the Padres, like I was a fan of theirs, and Manny getting into it with Jack Flaherty, and they had him. They had him on the ropes. You were up 2-1, and they couldn't put him away. But if they win that, I still think they win that World Series. Again, it's hard to exactly explain.
That's the point. Like, the Rams are looked at as heroes, right? The Rams, oh my God, the Los Angeles Rams, they went on and won a Super Bowl, and they traded away all their first-round picks. That's great. They won. But what happened if they actually made the right calls during some of those runs and, they don't end up winning? And here we are looking at a team that traded away all their first-round picks for a nice little ride, but no great finish. And that's the dilemma. It's like, how much do you go for it? Do you push all your chips in? I'm all for it if you trust your general manager. I don't know how many people here in Baltimore are feeling that way about Mike Elias, because we have yet to do that. We've grabbed those prospects. The last thing we have to do is show that they're willing to trade those for players that can help us now.
Yeah, and I think, and even some of the San Diego fan base is kind of pushing away from Preller, but like, they're always in it. They're always competitive. And that is, I think we're part of this fan base, feels like they don't see anything close to what Mike does, where it's, they're selling for a second straight year. And this year, again, your 4 teams are competing for one spot. You understand why they sold, or you should.
Yeah.
But as you say, if there is a run, if they do get on this little heater, like, maybe the moves making things easier for some guys, giving more guys opportunity. As I said, there's probably going to be somebody who comes up on a heater and has a 1 to 2 week thing. Could Carlos Narvaez give them a jump when Adley's still recovering from a wrist injury? Who knows what he can deal with, all the injuries that he's dealt with. Mm-hmm. If Carlos Narvaez serves as a very, very good 50-50 catcher with Sam, again, it's not an upgrade, but maybe that can give a little bit of a jolt to something that you want.
And nobody wants to hear this, but it also does give you flexibility at the DH spot to finally move and play the matchups and things like that. But, all right, we're going to talk more about this. Cade Povich had a nice start last night. Put a couple guys on base, a lot of K's. So, we'll get into that, talk about it. Grayson returning to Baltimore. Want to hear from you, your thoughts on the Orioles. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning on hosting more cookouts or spending your nights outside with family and friends or looking for your next home upgrade, you're going to need to check out Town Appliance. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Get your home summer ready with new outdoor grills, beverage centers, and outdoor refrigeration and powerful air conditioners, all with flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, Mary, they really know their stuff. So visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Swift for Power Mop.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at 895, the Harbor Tunnel Thruway. Disabled vehicles there in the right lane. 95 southbound before 895. An accident reported at 95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's an accident. It's on the left side. Heavy off and on after Route 40. Through Annapolis, US 50 eastbound at Admiral Drive. There's an accident. That's on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
On Tuesday, two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Zay Flowers and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes $108 million guaranteed. He's been the Ravens' leading receiver in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke on the extension following yesterday's practice.
Shout out to Zay Flowers. You know, when your best players are just the right type of people and they bring the right just mentality and everything marries together, like those are the type of guys. It's such a great thing when stuff like that happens for them. Nothing better as a coach than to see those guys get what they deserve. And, so really happy for Zay and excited for him.
The Ravens will be back on the practice field Wednesday starting at 10 a.m. Shifting to the O's, the team was able to get back in the win column last night with a victory over the Angels. Pete Alonso drove in 2 with a single early, and Tyler O'Neill crushed a pinch hit solo shot in the 8th, but 3 runs were all they needed as Cade Povich shut things down, allowing 7 hits and a walk through 6 scoreless innings. Yennier Cano closed things out for a second save of the season. The Birds will look to take the series tonight with Game 2 set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ben Hall here. Ed Norris joins us at the top of the hour. Talk a little baseball. Going to get into some football and get your calls on Zay coming up at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Now, Cade last night. So, Ben, tell me your thoughts on the pitching performance. He has the ability to get a lot of strikeouts, but he was hitting some bats there. You can look at it. I'm not trying to dismiss the Angels, but it seemed like there were just a couple of hits right out of whether it was second base, short, those guys going left and right, just right out of their reach, and was waiting for that big inning from the Angels, and it just never came.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, being there, every inning I'm like, all right, well, this is where it might go a little south, and it just never did. And he was able to pitch efficiently. They were able to roll a double play for him or two. It was really, really impressive just to see him kind of, I don't know if it was aversing, but he gave up 5 hits for the first 3 innings, and I'm like, this isn't great. And also, you didn't know if he'd be able to get through 6. But as I said, pitching efficient while still striking out 7, and giving up 7 hits, walking a guy and striking 7 dudes out. It's hard to believe a dude went into the game 6 innings. Usually, they get pulled in the 6th at that. And it was also his first time working ever with Carlos Narvaez. Mm-hmm. Like maybe you prepare for him, the hitter, when you're facing him, but you don't ever got to work with him. So I think it was impressive on both sides of that. As I said, Carlos Narvaez driving from Boston, getting in late, just kind of working with Cade Povich all out there at once. And again, being able to navigate through a couple of tough situations. It was first and second in an inning with nobody out, and he was able to get out of that. So the defense also backed him up, which was huge because that hasn't been something that every pitcher's got. Before Povich, maybe he does get a little bit of a runway here. You know that when you do move on from Dean Kramer the way they did, I know Chris Bassett's the next guy up, but I'd rather see Povich work. I let Povich get some run.
We had talked about it at one point when you looked at, the likes of Boz, Bradish, Rogers, Brandon Young, and then I was talking to some people going, hey, the end of the rotation, it might be Povich next year. It might be someone else that they trade for and slide in there that, when we sit here and talk about all this starting pitching, I think you have a lot here. Is it what you want? Is the substance good enough? Or I always think you can improve. And I think we as fans sometimes just fall in love with our own. And it's like, whoa, how are you going to get better than this? Like when they moved on from Cedric Mullins and people were upset and moved on from Nick Markakis. I understand tugging on the heartstrings, but at that point in time, it was the right decision,
Yeah,
so.
No, it is interesting for me though. It makes all the sense in the world to let Povich get some runway, as we talked about with the bats, letting some of these younger batters hit every day, letting Jackson Holiday play every single day down the stretch because the games are still important. You're still in the playoff race. But to that, the pitching rotation. Bassett's gotten a few rehab starts, and Mike said they're open to doing both, but we've only really worked him up as a starter. Why not let Povich run? And he's gotten shelled in a few starts before, and he's still young. He's trying to figure it out. Chris Bassett's old and he's gotten shelled in a few starts. He's pitched them out of games in 3 innings before. So it's not like Chris Bassett's this guy that's going to give you a quality start every day or this true innings eater because he wasn't working at that. I know he can be that. I know he's been it for teams in the past, and you trust the track record. But for me, with where this team is and how they sold at the deadline and how they went about things, it makes way more sense to let Cade Povich get a little bit of a runway.
Absolutely. Let's go out to the phone lines. Got a couple people want to get in. Bill's in Liberty Town. Bill, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, talking about the trade, I do not think the Orioles are any better or any worse than they were before the trade. What do you guys say? An athlete's best ability is his ability to stay on the field?
Well, as they say, availability, right?
Yeah, availability. Maybe Ben can tell me, how many games has Rushman played versus not played this year? We just traded the guy, and he's still not playing, so... everybody raising what they're doing about the trade, but man, I think they traded for a name and not they're hoping he comes around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, Bill, I appreciate the phone call. And then again, going back and looking at it, I said yesterday, the same people that were sitting here screaming about them trading Adley were the same ones saying trade him for a bag of baseballs last year. He's never on the field. Oh, he's supposed to be the face of the franchise. And then you get not even a year later and people are like, I can't believe you're doing this. I mean, I wonder what they're going to be saying next year if we have baseball, if Gunnar starts hitting again. Because remember, get rid of him now, get something for him because he stinks. And, we've seen this with baseball where sometimes guys get to this point and they never make it back. Like, we're sitting here talking about Pete Alonso and all the great things he said after the game. If you remember when Pete Alonso was running for Rookie of the Year, he was going up against a pitcher out in San Diego named Chris Paddock. And I remember when they faced each other, and I think Alonso took him yard. Alonso ends up winning Rookie of the Year, hitting 50 bombs that year. And Chris Paddock, who everybody was talking about the Padres, got this great arm. He just never, he got hurt, was never the same after it. And now you've watched him. He's been DFA'd, but with the Marlins, the Rangers, he's been bouncing around. So I think sometimes it's going to happen where we value these guys and then they're not what we thought, or like Colton Cowser year one. Everybody's like, man, this is unbelievable. Look at this. This is going to be our center fielder of the future. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see what happens as he makes adjustments. But I don't know. I just think with a guy like Adley, like we're talking about what we wanted to see with him and the fact that he was the face of the franchise as people label it. But the past 2 years, he's been hurt often, and we don't know if that's something that's going to continue. And the Red Sox got to be wary of it too. Again, you traded for a guy that's hurt right now. Depending on when he comes back, it should be interesting. I hated seeing him in a Red Sox uniform.
Yeah, the caller was asking 67 games of 113 he's played this year. Now, yesterday was without him, so it's of 112. And then you look at record in all time, 308 and 264. That's what they were with him there. Now, we know the jolt that he gave this team when he came up in those first two seasons. It's gone down. Last year he played just 90 games. This year he hadn't played in a ton. He had multiple IL stints. But for a while, I remember at the beginning of the year, I was like, why is Alvarez not playing him more? And they kept saying, like, we're going to be very careful and we're going to try. And it makes sense. And they were keeping him healthy for the most part early. But again, then you have the wrist injury after the deadline, which still to me is very odd. And things happen. Things come up in baseball. It's a different sport. You're playing 162 games, but Adley's absolutely dealt with things over the last 2 years. He's not getting any younger. We know that. It felt like for a season and a half he dealt with something as a whole, and that impacted how things went for him. So he's definitely dealt with some injuries. And as I said, 60 games he played in this year. No, I agree with the caller. Right now, they're not losing much because he wasn't available for the past few weeks. We'll see over time. And if he goes to Boston and starts raking, that's when the conversation will be, well, this is what you lost.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I hope the best for him. I hope the Red Sox fail. I mean, I'd like to see, him play well for his sake.
12 in a row.
Well, I mean, look, right now I think the Red Sox are the best team in the American League. Look at what they did last night.
If they get Crochet and Anthony back,
I didn't have some great night last night or anything, but I've been screaming about Wilyer Abreu against right-handed pitching. He hits 2 bombs last night. They drop a 6 spot in the first. It allows your pitcher just to kind of settle in like, hey, I got 6 runs here. Patrick Sandoval, that dude's ass, man. He's cheeks, and he's pitching great right now. I can't say anything. I just got to eat some crow. It's crazy. 410-583-1057. All right, we'll talk about Zay Flowers and the extension he signed. So many people up in arms about how much money he's getting paid on a national level. Want to get into that and hear from you. But up next, Grayson Rodriguez returns to Baltimore. Thought he pitched extremely well. Was interested in some of the comments he had after the game. We'll talk about that right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Falcons made Bijan Robinson one of the highest paid running backs ever because his 3-year extension worth $66 million set him at the highest average annual value at $22 million per year. But his guaranteed money is only $51 million, which still puts him $2 million behind rookie Jeremiah Love, who has a $53 million fully guaranteed contract before playing a snap of that day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Low 70s with rain this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 85. This weekend, upper 80s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The summer sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before 895, the Harbor Tunnel Thruway. There's an accident there. It's on the left side. Then on the outer loop of the Beltway at 895, there's a disabled vehicle being moved from the right lane. 95 southbound at the express toll lanes, there's an accident. Watch for police direction. Fort McHenry Tunnel accident there on the left side. It's heavy off and on after Pulaski Highway. And US 50 eastbound at Admiral Drive through Annapolis, there's a crash. That's on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall, Ed Norris going to join us in a few minutes. Got a couple of callers that want to get in. We were talking about Grayson Rodriguez. What did you think of his performance last night, Ben?
Yeah, he was really good. I don't want to discredit him for anything. I think the bats were a little jumping out of their shoes to hit him. There were a number of pop-ups in the infield and shallow outfield, guys slamming the bat as soon as
it looked like Jackson Holiday uppercut a few of them, man.
Yeah, it was the same slam, let the bat go after it. So I did think the guys were jumping out of their shoes a little bit. And Grayson's fastball was up a little bit. It was up like 0.6 miles per hour, so there was a little bit of a jolt, but he was coming off a good start. We talked about it. Against Houston, 5 innings, 2 earned. I think what's disappointing for me is to allow him to go 7 and deep into a game the way he did and not really drive his pitch count. Because, again, you're jumping out of your shoes to hit this fastball, and that's been what teams have hit all year, and they've been able to do some things. Like the Colton Cowser changeup away that he has swung and missed, whiffed at all year, and he shoots it up the middle for a base hit. Like, that's encouraging. The inning where they were able to score 2 was really good, and then O'Neill gets one going later in the game, not against Grayson, though, but Grayson was able – he looked stable. He looked confident. He looked comfortable in the mound. He talked about it post-game. For me, though, again, it comes back to their lineups and the bats just not being able to get anything going.
Yeah. Let's grab Rashawn in Baltimore here real quick. Rashawn, what's up, man? Rashawn.
Yeah.
What up? Hey.
Yeah.
All right. He's going back on hold. Let's grab Antonio in Rosedale. Antonio, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up,
I'm
Antonio?
good. Well, hang on. You know what? Is Ed ready? Do you have his music? Is Ed ready? Can we bring him in so Antonio can say hi to him too? Because it is, I mean, it's Wednesday. It's hump day, So, Antonio, what's your question? Oh, and that's the wrong one, Levy. Jesus. What are we?
Keep switching it up.
Yeah, what is going on back
like when
there?
you switch it up.
There it is. Let's bring in Ed Norris. There you are. Ed, I don't know the last time you got to talk to Antonio. I know you were off last week, so Antonio's on the line. Go ahead, Antonio. It's your floor.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's up?
Doing great, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. Happy Hump Day Wednesday, babe.
Yeah, Antonio's got that festival coming up in Little Italy too. We'll have to talk about. I'll be down there for that.
Okay, good Orioles win. Derek K. Povich earned another star in the rotation. Have a wonderful day.
Well, you too, bud. We've been talking about it all morning. What do you think, Ed? Kate looked pretty good last night. Gave up a couple of base runners, but there were quite a few strikeouts. The Angels do strike out more than any team in baseball.
Yeah, I thought he had a good outing. I mean, and I think he deserves a look now. Look, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Let's find out what we have here. He goes 7, gives up no runs, right? I mean, 6 innings, excuse me. Let's just see what we have.
Yeah.
He struck out 7 batters. It's just, I've thrown in the towel, but I am kind of like, it is a little weird seeing it line up without Adley. Obviously no Basayo because he's hurt, but it's just.
Did you see him in the Red Sox uniform? That felt weird.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about this with a couple people just yesterday. Of all teams, not only within the division, but to the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Yankees would have been a better place for him, as far as I'm concerned. And I grew up a Mets fan. So you talk about hatred for the Yankees.
How do you trade him to that scumbag organization, Boston? Yuck.
But anyway, back to Povich. Yeah, I think Povich deserves another shot. I'd like to see what we have. I mean, he looked good. So let's see. It was,
Well, let's go take 2. You missed it because I went to Rashawn and he was too busy talking to somebody in the background. Rashawn, are you there now?
Good morning. We go.
He's all right. I'm just hanging up on him. He'll realize that we went to him twice. What the hell is he doing, man? The hell is he hitting on somebody? He's probably recording a damn thing.
That's what I was
on
going to
his
say.
phone.
It's hard to answer or to
When
be
you're
on the phone
recording
talking when you're recording a fight.
Yeah. So, Ed, they're 1.5 games out of the wild card. You think they should add yesterday or 2 days ago? Oh man, jeez! I'm serious. They're going to be in that wild card picture because those other teams, they all did the same thing, right? Like nobody really added anything of substance, and they all kind of moved a couple pieces. I mean, Detroit, I think I would fully expect them to fall off when you trade 2/5 of your rotation, and the rest of your rotation's pretty much from the beginning of the year banged up. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe
the Red Sox added a catcher. He's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, they're already like 3.5 games. I mean, they're 6 games ahead of the Orioles. So for that spot, so I'm not even considering them. And I still think one of the reasons you saw them sell a little bit more and maybe not add something like a starting pitcher or something like that was because the Red Sox swept the Dodgers. And again, you got a handful of teams vying for one spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I look at the teams that really added substantial pieces. They were the best teams in baseball. I mean, the Dodgers, obviously. The Cubs added, a great piece with Gausman. I mean, people made moves, Yeah. Again, the Braves fell asleep, but other than that, the contenders made some moves. The Red Sox made a move. I mean, the Rays still the best team in the American League, in my opinion.
Rays made some nice moves that nobody's talking about.
They never talk about the Rays. Yeah. And I get criticized when they do. I find that to be a fascinating organization.
Well, Liam Hicks hit a grand slam for him last night, didn't he? So adding, if you were asking me, and I think Adley's the better player, but because Hicks has been healthy, I probably would have rather added him.
Hicks also got the Adley deal done quicker, I think, with that going right before, and Boston not having that. Well, if we don't get Adley, we can go for Hicks. So that helped. But even the Twins, they added bullpen help trying to, and we know how we all feel about the Twins and Byron Buxton's out and all of those things. But even them. And for the Rays, it's funny. Freddie Peralta's first start with the Rays, of course, it's in Colorado. It's they're setting him up for failure. I think he's going to figure it out.
Well,
if anybody can fix him or get him back to where he was, it's them.
Yes. And then get more out of him.
Well, we got to step out. We're going to talk about Zay Flowers. Look, so Ed, at the top of the hour, a lot of people on social media saying they paid him what? Want to see how everybody here feels about Zay getting extended and the type of money he got? We'll take your phone calls, 410-583-1057, right here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen,
A dead car battery. Bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In their first game after selling at the trade deadline, the Orioles took game 1 of their series with the Angels. It was a pitcher's duel as Cade Povich threw 6 scoreless innings, while Grayson Rodriguez delivered his best start of the season in his return to Baltimore, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk while striking out 6 in 7 innings of work. It was his first start against the O's since being traded in the offseason. Moving Taylor Ward to Seattle before the trade deadline opened a spot for a right-handed bat in the Orioles outfield, and Christian Franklin is looking to capitalize on that. Baltimore added Franklin in a trade with the Nationals for minor league reliever Joe Glassie. He was immediately called up to make his major league debut Tuesday and spoke on the opportunity following the game.
It was definitely unexpected, just the way it happened, super close to the deadline, but I mean, it's a blessing. So I'm just grateful, that the Orioles organization gave me a shot, and just grateful, to be on this team and, be fighting for something at the end of the season. It's awesome to be playing for something, rather than, just playing for yourself or development in the minor leagues. You're actually trying to win something, so it's cool.
Franklin was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in his debut. The Birds will look to keep things rolling against the Angels Tuesday night. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Well, all right then. Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall. Man, what a throwback this is.
You love this song.
I do love this song. I just haven't heard it in a long time. It's Rehab, right? Bartender? All right. So we were talking about Zay Flowers. He gets the extension, $140 million, over 100 guaranteed. I'll start with you, Ed. Do you think they overpaid for him?
Nope. I think that's what you pay a number one receiver. It's like, I don't like paying $5 a gallon for gas. That's what it costs. So you got to pay. And that's, look, his first 3 years, he's averaged over 1,000 yards every season. Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and the other thing that is the intangible is or it's tangible, but it's something people probably don't know, is his work ethic. And this is what made the decision for the Ravens, from what I've heard, is the fact is he was known to pull up in the offseason at 5 o'clock in the morning in front of Lamar's house and beep his horn until he came out to practice. I mean, they did a lot of work in the offseason, and the Ravens, I think DeCosta said it, I'm going to attribute it to him, that's the kind of player they want to keep. So that's what you do. And apparently it's gotten national attention. I was on ESPN Radio with Zinno last night.
Oh, yeah?
They were asking about it. So he asked me to come on.
I wonder how that went. Hey, what do you think of this signing? I don't know. It's pretty good. What do you think?
You're just a mama, Luke.
Hey, don't even get me started. You know what's funny? All right, so I got to say this before I go to you, Ben. Ed, it was hilarious because I love how it's self-deprecating humor. But like Ed sent me this video. He knows I love boxing. He loves boxing. He found like the 10 toughest fighters. And by the way, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but Carmen Basilio was one of those guys who was like, God, you could just punch him over and over again and nothing's going to happen. But he sent it to me, and I was telling him, I said, my favorite fighter, I always tell everybody, was Stanley Ketchel, the Michigan assassin who was once shot in the back by a man who came home and he was sleeping with his wife.
Husband,
yeah, so he shot him in the back and killed him. To Ed goes, yeah, I used to ride my bike and I saw his last fights. And I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm going, wasn't that like 1900? So I look it up, and sure enough, he died in like 1910 or something. So I sent Ed the picture of the bicycle that he took, and it's the one with the real little wheel and the gigantic wheel. I was still laughing about that at the game when I went to the Oriole game last night. And Katie's like, what's so funny? I said, that dumbass bike that Ed was probably right. Anyway, we can get to that later and talk more about it. But what about you, Zay Flowers? Overpaid?
No, I don't think so. When you move a guy around the way they do with Zay Flowers, and Todd Monken talked about it last year during camp. He's like lining him up in the backfield. I remember him making the comment like, well, it's going to help him in the contract negotiations. When you have him moving around doing all these different things, people are magnifying the lack of touchdowns and the fumbles. He's had 3 fumbles in his career. All 3 were last year. Last year was a down year for the football team as a whole. Before that, he had been just fine. He can make the big play. He can make plays underneath. We know how good he is with Yak. Really, really hard for any type of DB to stop. You don't find many small guys that can play the way he has. Now, there's guys around the league who bounce around, and they're kind of a gadget here or there. Zay Flowers is more than that. And he's well worth it. Plus, in 2 years when the salary extends, next year when the salary extends, we're going to be looking saying Zay's being paid as a top 20 receiver. Meanwhile, he's a top 10 or a top 8 receiver. Like, however you view it, Zay, this is going to be worth it very soon. So right now,
let me ask you guys: at any point in his career, was Joe Flacco the best quarterback in the league? No. I mean, really good, not the best, but at one point he was the highest paid quarterback in the league. And as Ed pointed out, it's the going rate. This is what pisses me off. Like guys like Bill Simmons who come out here is like, this guy's not better than Justin Jefferson. That's how this works. Have you not been paying attention, you morons?
Really, there's probably nobody better than Justin Jefferson.
I mean, and people keep bringing this up. And look, I'm the biggest Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase fan there is. I've been screaming about these guys for years. I think they're 2 of the best I've ever seen. And when we start comparing these guys, you know what it's like. Like Bijan Robinson just got paid a ton yesterday. You think Jahmyr Gibbs isn't going to get more than him? And that's not a great example because running backs is a totally different beast. Because when they're special, they get paid, or when they're coming off of some amazing year. But now we know how teams treat them. But if we took left tackles, middle linebackers, the guy you think's the best was probably the highest paid guy until, guess what? The next guy came along and the market said, this is what he's worth. So I have no issue with what he's making. And I think the bigger thing that happens with people is they look at his touchdown numbers and go, oh, that's all he has? Well, hell, every time they get in the damn red zone, they're going to give the ball to Derrick Henry or throw it to Mark Andrews. So what do you want him to do? I think it's crazy.
I agree. It's a really stupid barometer. It's a dumb thing to point to. I just don't get it. Just for the facts you just mentioned. Look at the team. Every team is built differently. I mean, the Bengals have to throw. The defense sucks. They have nothing else except a quarterback and a great receiver or 2. I mean, so you can't compare teams like them to teams like the Ravens. It's a very unfair comparison, but that's what people do. It's just, so what do you want him to have? He had 1,200 yards last year. So if he had 1,200 yards, what do you have? Should he have 12 touchdowns, 15 touchdowns? That would make you happy?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a Amon-Ra St. Brown without the targets in the red zone. That's what he is.
He is.
And again, with those guys, and it's easy to compare them because of size and all that, but they both have that ability to make you miss in a small area, as they say, get loose in a phone booth and you can't tackle him. But he also has that ability to run downfield, to come across field and turn something that would be a small gain into a huge gain. So he is an upper echelon receiver that has not gotten that credit because he doesn't get in the end zone like the other guys.
And while we're at it, the quarterback does like him a lot and wanted them to draft him and wants him to be around.
Yes.
They pull each other's play up. So not only are you making the fan base happy, but you're making your quarterback, who, by the way, you need to find a way to get an extension done with pretty soon, happy.
Oh, whatever and look, this is the strangest thing in football that we typically don't see. Lamar holds all the cards. Yeah. Like, if Lamar wants to be here, he will be here because they're going to offer him what he wants, or he's going to walk. And they can't franchise him. You can't trade him.
Right. He's got all that in his game. It's funny, for somebody without an agent, he seems to have a pretty good deal.
Yeah, man.
No trade clause, no franchise tag, nothing.
Like, I remember when we talked about that, I wanted him to get an agent to protect himself, but yeah, F me. You did fine by yourself, buddy.
Seems like it.
I'm just going to F myself.
I want his mom as my agent.
Oh, man, she'd get tired of dealing with this place, too. Anyway, but no, I'm happy to see this because, I do think Zay is very, very underrated. Let's go out to the phone lines. Kevin's in Ellicott City. He wants to talk about Zay. What's up, Kev?
What's good, fellas? Good morning.
Morning, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, Jared, when we had first drafted Zay, he looked like a young man with the highest level of talent and the ability to grow into an NFL star. I really like that he continues to fight through the adversity, being on the smaller side. I love that he shows his talent and love for this city and this football team. I'm really proud of Zay Flowers, man. He deserves every penny he got, and I really hope he kicks some ass again this year and makes it back to the Pro Bowl, et cetera, because he is a really good football player, and from the stuff you see, he looks like a really good young man, man. So I'm really happy for Zay Flowers and our football team.
Kev, appreciate the phone call, man. Want to hear from some other people. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the Zay extension? Good move, bad move? Did he get overpaid in your opinion? We'll take all your calls right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, I got a great place. It's a place I've been going to for a long time. It's Mount Washington Tavern, you know what I'm talking about. But it is. It's just it's a mainstay in Baltimore. Has been for, way longer than I'm here. I've been going there for 26 years. But it is. It's great specials every day, great happy hours. And today is National Oyster Day, believe it or not. So please, one of the reasons I love the tavern so much is because of their oyster selection. They've always got, first of all, a lot to choose from. If you like, big, small, salty, briny, a little sweet, they got a lot of oysters. And now is the day to go because it's National Oyster Day. Next couple of days are going to be running with this. So check it out. And of course, happy hours every day, 3 to 6, Monday to Friday. Not every day. Monday to Friday, 3 to 6, $10 Manhattans, martinis, old fashions. I think they just found my favorite cocktails and put them on the menu. But it's a great place, great food, great people. And great vibe, and a great place to watch sports, not only in the televisions in there, because they have a lot of them, 3 big bars, TVs everywhere, so you can watch it there, enjoy some food, and hang out with your friends. If you have tickets to the ball game, jump on the light rails right outside the door. It takes you right to the ballpark, no traffic hassles, no parking hassles. Reverse it, come back to the tavern, enjoy your night. Get a nightcap or just go home, whatever. But check out the Mount Washington Tavern. While you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, and please tell them I sent you over there.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound before the Fort McHenry Tunnel, there's an accident just before Board 3. Outer loop of the Beltway at the Harbor Tunnel Thruway. Disabled vehicles blocking the right lane. 95 southbound before 895, the Thruway. Accidents on the left side. And 95 southbound at the Express toll lanes cleared the accident there. All lanes are open. In Route 50 eastbound at Admiral Drive through Annapolis, there's an accident on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long's back tomorrow. Right now, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here with you. We've been talking Zay Flowers, taking your phone calls. Zay gets paid. He gets his extension. I think everyone should be happy. As Ben points out, there's one thing to look at is that as the salary cap keeps going up, and this is going to look vastly different in a few years. And maybe, I don't know if he looks underpaid, but maybe it's not the same. And the next guy that becomes available, he's going to make more than Zay. It's just the going rate of what happens in the NFL. We've tried this twice. Let's see if this works a third time, Ed. Rashawn's in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn? Man,
what's up, man?
Oh, I was going to hang up. I was just gotta go. Hang up on you. Yeah, what's up, man?
Don't do that. Dang, that's what I want to talk about. About Povich, right, man, and Bassett. So, I heard y'all talking about that. Like, so.
Yeah, in that other segment when we were talking Orioles.
When we brought you on 3 times?
Yeah.
I'm a busy guy, man. I ain't got time for you all the time. Sure. I got different stations and stuff, man. The Dallas station, they want to know why Zay Flowers.
I was going to hang up on you. I thought it'd be so funny, but I don't want to. I want to hear what you have to say.
Don't do that, man. Don't act like Rob, man. You know, Rob, you know. But, hey, listen. So, who would y'all put as that fifth starter, man? You know, when Bassett come back?
I mean, for me, like, I'd like to see more of Povich. I have no problem if they go back to Bassett. Look, I think Bassett is fine as a fifth starter, but if you know what Bassett is at this point of his career, let's find out what Povich is, in my opinion.
That's what I said earlier.
You think Bassett be good coming out of that bullpen? Because we definitely could use some bullpen help, though.
I mean, I think it'd be fine. Like, again, he did it in the postseason in the World Series with the Blue Jays, and he was great. I don't know if that's what they want him to do. I mean, you're paying him a lot of money. Do you want him to come in and be your fifth starter? And I don't know. I don't know what they end up doing because they didn't need a fifth starter for for a bit here, right? They could have rolled with the 4-man rotation, but they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And last thing, right? How can we get after that guy tonight, man? Detmers, right?
Reed Detmers?
Detmers, man. Because looking at his record, I mean, they lost his last 5 starts, but that was only by 1 run. And the guy strikes out a lot. I mean, give a lot, strike out a lot of people. Man, we can't hit left-handers. We got lucky last week against Detroit in School Bowl. I mean, they was killing us until they went to their bullpen though. But what kind of lineup they can put out there against him tonight? And I'll hang up and let y'all talk about that.
Appreciate it, man. So Reed Detmer's solid lefty. He's he gets a lot of strikeouts, but I'll keep saying this: we've seen the Orioles against bad lefties look like terrible. I mean, I don't know any other way to describe it. We went back to last year, and I remember saying it over and over again that the Orioles made any left-handed pitcher look like Sandy Koufax in his best year. And if you went back and looked at the numbers, I think all the way up until late August, that was true. You looked at left-handers against the Orioles, you're going, what in the hell is happening? Can nobody hit a lefty? And then you bring in Tyler O'Neill, you bring in Pete Alonso and Taylor Ward, and they still scuffled against lefties. So I think when it comes down to it, like I said, Reed Detmers grades out as the second best pitcher. The Angels still struggle at times to score runs. If you're not getting to him, at least make him work. He can get wild and walk some guys sometimes, so maybe you need the old bloop and a blast or walk and a blast to kind of get you through. But maybe that's Kobe Mayo because he's still hitting lefties pretty incredible.
And he should be. And you'd think he's at the top of the lineup. But Detmers, it's interesting for me. The Angels bullpen sucks. And Ben Joyce just gets back, flamethrower, I get it. He was getting capped right around 80 to 85 pitches because they thought they were going to sell him. And the arm injuries that he's dealt with. He's really, he's been solid. Been very unlucky all year, and he's turned in a few good starts right before the deadline. Ultimately, as I said before, buyer's market. Orioles definitely couldn't get what they wanted for Rodgers. They certainly, a guy with even more control time, couldn't get what they want for Detmer, so they bring him back. They don't find ways to win games when he pitches because it's the Angels. I think it's a little bit less about Detmers. If you look at his last 3 starts, as I said, he's given up a combined 3 earned runs. This is a dude who's going to be a tough at-bat. But to that, Tarek Skubal looked dominant for the first part of that game. They were able to run him out of the game, get to that bullpen and put it away. I'm not trying to make excuses, say you can go scoreless, but work his pitch count up a little bit early and get to that Angels bullpen. You'll be in a good spot.
What about you, Ed? I mean, I know Detmers, again, we've seen the Orioles against lefties. He's a tough lefty, gets a ton of strikeouts, and I'm assuming you're going to see that tonight as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming we're going to see that again against a team that can't hit lefties. I don't know what the answer is with this. As you mentioned, guys, they bring in right-handed bats and still had trouble with it. And frankly, I stand by what I've been saying. I don't believe in platooning, franchise players. You've got guys who should be in the lineup every day. One of the reasons people cite for not being able to hit left-handed pitching is because there's no left-handed pitchers in the minors, because if they're good, they become major leaguers right away because they're so highly prized. So you don't get to face them often. Well, how are you going to get better if you don't face them? I think you need to face lefties as often as possible, and you should be able to hit from both sides of the plate, or both sides of the mound, actually. If guys are right-handed or left-handed, you're a major league, hitter. You should be able to hit them. I mean, I get really frustrated when I see, our stars on the bench just because there's a lefty on the mound. Drives me crazy.
I mean, we've talked about this before, too. Like, a rookie year, you're bringing a guy along. I understand it, but at some point, he's got to face lefties. We sat here, and you see Basayo and Holiday on occasion sit against if they sit against a tough lefty and that's the day off and how you plan it, I'm listening to you, because that's what you should do when you're going to spell a guy. And if you do have 2 guys playing that can play the same position, one's right-handed, one's left-handed, and you look at the numbers. But we've had situations this year where some of the guys just couldn't hit lefties, even the right-handers. I mean, Tyler O'Neill was scuffling for a long period. Well, he's still scuffling, but you get what I'm saying. And when it comes down to it, a guy like Jackson Holiday, that's a guy I want to see play against everyone as much as he can. And going back to it, he hit a home run off of a lefty the other day. He had back-to-back hits off of a lefty the other day. Basayo, they ended up leaving him in a game and not pinch hitting for him, and he faces a lefty. He goes yard that day. So, it's not always going to work out. And look, I'm a big believer in the numbers, and I buy into the splits and situationally playing certain guys. But I think Ed's making the point, the same thing that I believe. If you think you have someone special as a superstar, go see if he can swim or not, you know?
Yeah, and the Basayo at bat was against Matt Strom, who hadn't given up a home run to a lefty all year, shutting down lefties. And by the way, he was DFA. That'd be an interesting arm for a bullpen that just doesn't, and he hasn't been good. But no, it's a lefty who hasn't given up a home run. That's just feel in a game, letting Basayo roll, and he smashes a baseball that he shouldn't have the way he did, but he runs into one, and that's what he can do. And Jackson Holliday, we know he can get on base. He can work in at bat against a lefty, and that sets up, talk about him being a table setter all the time, that sets up for some of your righties who do see it well. The Kobe Mayos, especially if Jackson Holliday's hitting towards the bottom of the lineup. And Tyler O'Neill has been awful for the majority of his contract. He is starting to play better baseball. Last night, we see him go yard against the lefty. We've seen him hit a few home runs against lefties, which, I mean, that's what should happen. But you've seen him hit a few home runs against lefties over the last 2 months. So maybe they can start getting something going, but you got to get some of these guys on base. And when you have a lefty like Holliday that can get on base, keep him in the lineup.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think we're all in the same boat there. Like, I need to see more of that. I understand bringing a guy along with kid gloves and trying to build up the confidence and things like that. And I didn't have a problem when they gave him a day off against Skubal. Yeah. Understand he was going to come in. Like, it's arguably the best lefty in baseball. So
best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah. So and then bringing him in and it was successful because he ends up getting 2 hits and you come back and win the game. So. But for me, are we all in agreement? Like Basayo and Holliday should play as much as they can.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Especially given their ages. Yes, it takes time to develop. They're still really, really young guys.
Well, we've got more coming up. We're going to talk some more about the Ravens. Obviously, defensive backs have been something we discussed quite a bit yesterday with Ken McCusick. But we got shovels coming up next. Ed, who's getting yours?
Oh my goodness, I am going to give it to. The folks in Major League Baseball, because this doom is right on the horizon, and I don't know what the future holds for that game.
All right, we take your shovels at 410-583-1057, and we give you ours next right here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Swiffer Power Mop.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before 895, the Harbor Tunnel Thruway. Accident there is on the left side. 95 northbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. A disabled vehicles on the right side at Bore 4. So just stay to the left there. And 895 southbound at Potee Street, there's an accident. That's on the right side. On the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from 795 to I-70 on the west side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
On Tuesday, two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Zay Flowers and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes $108 million guaranteed. He's been the Ravens' leading receiver in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke on the extension following yesterday's practice.
Shout out to Zay Flowers. You know, when your best players are just the right type of people and they bring the right just mentality and everything marries together, like those are the type of guys. It's such a great thing when stuff like that happens for them. Nothing better as a coach than to see those guys get what they deserve. And, so really happy for Zay and excited for him.
The Ravens will be back on the practice field Wednesday starting at 10 a.m. Shifting to the O's, the team was able to get back in the win column last night with a victory over the Angels. Pete Alonso drove in 2 with a single early, and Tyler O'Neill crushed a pinch hit solo shot in the 8th, but 3 runs were all they needed as Cade Povich shut things down, allowing 7 hits and a walk through 6 scoreless innings. Yennier Cano closed things out for a second save of the season. The Birds will look to take the series tonight with Game 2 set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow it's sunny skies and a high of 90. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, time for shovels. We always start it off with Ed Norris. If you have one, 410-583-1057. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. Rob's back Thursday. Ed, who gets your shovel?
I'm going to give the Major League Baseball. I think this latest round here at the trade deadline, the deal that was made, with Skubal, the Dodgers, they've supplanted the Yankees as evil empire. Mm-hmm. Really gone way beyond what the Yankees have done. I think you said, they have one homegrown player. It's incredible that the roster has been built that way. You've got a couple of Cy Young winners, MVPs on one baseball team. And to say, you just got to spend more is just not, it's not fair and it's not accurate because it's not possible.
You know what it's like, Ed? It's like being in a poker game where there's no limits and some guy just has more money than you. And if you can't match it, well, then fold.
You're out.
Yeah. That's how people try to make the perception of this. And don't forget, Scuba was the guy that wanted everyone to like him with Team USA. He's like, I want to play, but I also want to play for the Tigers. Yeah. And now he's playing for the Tigers, and it's like, well, I'd really like to play for the Dodgers.
Can I at least fly back and watch a championship with them?
What a dumbass! I hope he loses every game.
That's unlikely. Yeah. But how do teams like the Rays and the Brewers and teams like that in small markets? They're outstanding this year, both of them. But can they really compete with the Dodgers? No. Because they'll just keep doing what you just said. They'll just keep raising. They'll raise until you're out of money, and you can't keep up. And I think this lockout's inevitable. And really, I don't know how you guys feel, but I think it's a done deal. Like there's going to be a lockout.
Oh, there's no question in my mind.
And what happens then to this sport? It's just because it took them a while to recover from the last one.
And then, yeah, I don't know. Like again, We have millionaires and billionaires fighting, and I go back to what Ed said before. I'm not pulling for Exxon, so I can't root for them. I can't sit here and fight for ownership, even though I want a salary cap and a floor in baseball. I think overall it's going to end up making the sport better. And I know they don't need it. Even Scooble's going, I don't know why everybody's mad at the Dodgers. Shut up. Shut up, Scooble. Tarek.
I don't need your opinion.
Yeah. Ben, who gets your shovel?
My shovel goes to dirty basketball players. Yeah, just playing in this league. We play this team, and we get into it with them last week. We had one of our bigs go up, and the guy just pull him to the ground, hits the ground hard, and our guy was legitimately doing everything he could to get after him. We're holding him back, calming it down. But then I'm guarding the guy. And I'm a big trash talker. I love it. I enjoy it. But basketball, it's so fun. And the dude was just like, do whatever. He's playing dirty all game. So then last night we get a rematch, run them off the gym, handle him, dead silent. But he's like running through, like one of those guys just running through screens hard in a 20-point game. It's like, I don't understand the thought there. You talk trash, I love it. It's competitive. Keep it competitive. Don't get personal. Just have fun. When you start playing dirty because you're embarrassed because you're terrible, and we just started letting him shoot threes, and I'm on the bench screaming, talking crazy. Keep letting him shoot. You can't make a shot. It's not our fault for that. Stop playing dirty, and then you try to paint it as this tough, hard-nosed player. No, you're playing dirty. You're throwing elbows when you run around screens. Playing through screens is one thing. Throwing elbows and doing dirty little things. And then when he pulled our guy down, he stepped over him and was like trying to act like he's this big bad guy. It's this dude who's very 25, like. I don't get it. Yeah. I hate it. It always frustrates me, and I always get furious in some of these, especially like this point when we're not kids anymore. These are grown men with jobs, and you're doing dirty things like that.
Yeah, wait until you get in your 30s and 40s and you're playing, and that jackass is still in there hitting people or undercutting you or shoving you when you go up for a layup, whatever it may be. They're in every sport all across.
He's got a future in Mexican baseball.
Dirty ass douchebags. All right. I got to say, my shovel, it makes me laugh, but it's not funny, but it's because I have a dark sense of humor, like the darkest sense of humor. I'm giving it to the Grim Reaper. Did you read this story, Ed? Man was arrested after dressing up as the Grim Reaper costume, and he went to the hospital and started pointing at patients. I'm glad that was your reaction, because that was mine initially, and I went, you son of a bitch. Yeah, 26-year-old man climbed onto a hospital roof dressed as, it says, the Crow, which resembled the Grim Reaper. He had a long knife, and he was pointing it at patients in the hospital. It's not funny, but it kind of is.
It let him off the hook just for being that funny, right?
Oh, I don't think so. Leon Gillespie, 26, pled guilty to causing a nuisance without a reasonable excuse. What's your reason? I thought it would be funny. Not to them, but to me. So,
is that the guy I told you about? We had a homicide. We got 2 people got killed. The guy cut their heads off and switched heads.
Yeah.
And then when he was arrested, we said, "Why'd you do that?" He goes, "I thought you guys would think it was funny."
Yeah.
And we did.
Yeah, it's like, you get there and you're like, "Oh, look at this. What's this?" And Levy was actually telling that story yesterday.
Ed, I talked about that yesterday.
Off the air. He was saying that was his favorite story you told. And I said, well, then you definitely haven't heard the Clyde Drexler story. So.
Turns out I had.
No. Yeah, Levy was the one that didn't go. For people who don't know.
The bullet.
Ed, do you want to tell that story real quick? Just to
Sure.
Okay.
I'm walking a foot post on 42nd Street in Times Square. Very cold winter night in New York. Bored out of my mind, 2 o'clock in the morning. We see a car in the parking lot with 3 people in it. 8, 4, 3, 4. We walk over. Obviously, one head's bobbing up and down. Order everybody out of the car. It's 3 kids with football jackets from New Jersey, and one prostitute that we know because it's Times Square in the 80s, so the hookers everywhere. And I'm not in the mood for this, so I said, "Listen, just show them, and we'll let you go." And the hooker's like, "What?" I said, "Stop.
Oh my!
Just show him, and we'll show them, and we'll let you go." And sure enough, he pulls up his red dress, and out flops something you'd see at Pimlico. And the guy, he really did resemble Clyde Drexler. I'm sorry, he just did. That's how I'll always remember him.
Sounds like he resembled a Clydesdale.
That was his middle name.
And what happens is, one kid starts to laugh uproariously. So I shine my flashlight in his face. I scream, "You think this is funny? What's so funny?" He goes, I didn't go yet. And it's like, so I don't know if he ever made it back to Jersey, but
well, he's got a great story to tell for the rest of his life since he got
they're still telling that story.
Yeah. By the way, the Grim Reaper was fined €200. I don't know if there's anything else. He's got a couple other fines that he's going to have to pay, but I don't know if this is going to have any jail time attached to it or anything. But what an a-hole! But I laughed. I was telling somebody else, like, there's a bunch of these guys online that do these pranks and things like that. Some of them I think are just awful. Like, there's certain people that deserve to get punched. But I'm sorry, the dudes with the fart machines, they're always going to make me laugh. And the other one is the dude that's dressed in full garb and he comes up with a backpack and he throws it at people and just takes off running. Might be the scariest thing you could see out in you're in a park. I laugh every single time to watch people. Like, it really shows you, is somebody going to push a woman down to get away from this thing? That's,
George Costanza
I
would.
don't know what I'd be. If I was in that situation, I'd be getting away out of it.
Some of those guys just deserve to have their ass kicked, man, because the things that they do, it's like, oh, it's just a prank. I don't care.
I was at a heart attack with that one.
I'm not in on it. But yeah, this Shovel's definitely fun. The Grim Reaper. All right. we got World of Stupids coming up next hour. Mike Bordick as well. Up next, though, we're going to get into some more Ravens talk, and I do want to bring up Kerstead a little bit later as well. Do we see him get called up? But what can we expect from the Ravens defensive backs this season? Ben, you were out there. We'll get your takes on it, and we'll talk about some of the guys, too. I know they've been praising Keon Martin and a handful of the other players. We talk about it next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A massive blow for the Atlanta Falcons as second-year pass rusher Jalen Walker suffered a torn ACL in practice. The 2025 first-round pick went down during a team drill, forcing practice to end early as shaken teammates gathered around. Following a promising rookie campaign with 5.5 sacks, Walker's now expected to miss the entire year. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing. On the track, every second counts. And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops. That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino. From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free. Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights. Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed. Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at WindowNation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing. On the track, every second counts. And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops. That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino. From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free. Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights. Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed. Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings. Top dollar for your trade and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at Eastern Avenue, just getting a report of an accident. It's on the right side. 95 southbound before 895, the Harbor Tunnel Thruway. There's a crash. That's on the left side. And then northbound on 95 at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, a disabled vehicle is on the right side at Board 4. That's being cleared out of the way. 895 southbound at Potee Street, there's a crash on the right side. And the outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 795 to I-70 on the west side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall. Rob's back tomorrow. We're talking some Ravens here with the defensive backs. And, we talked to Ken McCusick a little bit about it yesterday. Everyone was talking about the catch that Jacoby Lane had. And, at some point, we need to get into what this kid could be because Des Bryant was just praising him like unbelievable on social media, saying, I'm better than most scouts. I've seen this kid. This kid's the real deal. So maybe you did find a steal here, but what have you seen from the defensive back so far? Anything you like, don't like?
Yeah, I think Marlon Humphrey,
it feels like there's two of them. He's so annoying.
Yeah, no, he's just, you hope it turns on during he at least has to give them takeaways. That's what he's got to bring. Last year, even in a down year, he was able to come away with some interceptions. We know the juice punch year, but this is the do year for him, right? Every year it's all pro and then it's a down year. All pro, down year. That's been the trend for him. So they need him to play up to that. Nate Wiggins has been very good in coverage. There's been a few great catches. Jacoby Lane coming away with a one-hand catch. I'm fine with that right now in light pads and when dudes aren't going to go all out to knock Jacoby Lane's head off or shot. Like, it's different, but he's been right around the ball. Nate Wiggins has. Some of the deep balls have been a little bit harder to fully take away because some, between Lamar, Snoop, all the quarterbacks, Skylar Thompson, these guys have been underthrowing some of the long balls, are not quite on page with the receivers yet, so it's hard to tell how guys react to getting beat over the top. Chidobe Awuzie is working with the second team. I'd expect him to be more of a work-in type of guy.
Yeah.
And of course, to no surprise, I like what I'm seeing from the safeties. They're going to have the best safety tandem in the NFL, and I don't know that it's debatable. You have the best safety leading it. Malachi Starks, you need to take that step, and he's taking very good progress. You expect that in year 2. And then Jalen Hawkins, by the way, played a massive role on a Patriots Super Bowl team, and he's out there, he's talking yesterday. He's taken on a leadership role. And we've talked about how many leaders this team needs and how they're not very young. And Ken McCusick was talking about it, where it's not a lot of opportunities for younger guys to step up. And sometimes you don't like that, but for a team that wants to win a Super Bowl now, it's fine.
So, Ed, we've talked about this where, like everybody can look at, hey, offensive line and quarterback or offensive line and running back, how it goes hand to hand together. And I've said it for years, with the rule enforcements that they put on defensive backs, having a great pass rush is one of the great equalizers into helping those guys out. And I think now they're finally going to see that, and they're not going to have to cover for as long. I don't know how you feel, but it's clearly something that goes hand in hand on that side of the ball.
Always has. Always has, but now more than ever. The pass rush always made defensive backs look better or made their jobs easier. And that goes back to when I started watching football as a kid, with the Purple People Eaters and the Dallas Doomsday Defense. When you have a great pass rush, you think Paul Krause would have had all those interceptions as a Viking without that? No. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind. They made him, the Hall of Famer. And now more than ever, because you can't touch receivers. You just can't. It's gotten ridiculous. And the fact that, it's a spot foul, you can go, you can get a 50-yard penalty. And it's a killer. And they don't really care if you beat the crap out of offensive linemen as a pass rusher, but don't touch a receiver. So if you have a good pass rush, you make it much, much easier for these guys. And I think the Ravens now, you have incredible safety room. And I think TJ Tampa, I've heard, has had a great camp so far. Like, he's made some real, explosive plays, and I think he's somebody that's, quietly really important to the secondary. And Marlon will be Marlon during the season. He's being a little cautious right now, by all accounts. I guess I don't know if you saw that, Ben, but that's kind of what it sounds like to me.
How do you guys feel about Marlon? Like, I loved it when they drafted him. There were a lot of people, and I know fans, when the team's not winning, they point at the guys that are podcasting and doing all this extra stuff. He was all over social media. What did he go to Korea in the offseason?
Yeah.
Spent some time over there.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, he's hanging out with Kim Jong. But when it comes down to it, I don't have a problem with the guys that are doing. Some guys have extended their careers and even made more money going into radio, television, podcasting, what have you. So it's fine. But when you're losing, nobody wants to hear your food takes and all this other goofy nonsense that you're doing. And maybe it's unfair to him, but that's how fans perceive it, I think.
Yeah, and also the Instagram Live post. You see him put the camera on Lamar, and Lamar's like, "Get that off me." And it's a joke. Their players, their teammates. It's definitely annoying for some of these guys. Derrick Henry's tight, right? That Marlon Humphrey played a role or trying to recruit him before he ended up signing here. So, yeah, I think that stuff's kind of annoying. I think he's getting paid a lot of money. They need him to make plays on the football this year. They need him to be. He's got to be way better than last year. But what was last year was it was abysmal. But the social media and stuff, it's shown throughout his career here. It's never going to end with him.
You need the forced fumbles that he used to produce.
I was just getting ready to say that. He was so good at that. Hell,
it really was.
His handle on Twitter was Fruit Punch. Yeah. I don't think it's because that's what he was drinking, but who knows? He had a knack for. You remember, who was it? Peanut Tillman that just had the knack for punching the ball out. Yes. It felt like he was moving in the Matrix as he's tackling a guy, and he's like, "What's he doing with his hand?" He punched the damn thing out, and that's what Marlon was doing. Hell, he single-handedly won one of those Steelers games with the plays that he made.
The overtime game with Duck Hodges.
Yeah,
I remember that one.
Duck Hodges.
He had 8 in 2020.
Yeah,
8. It's ridiculous. So, he needs to get back to doing that again.
Do you think we see a big rotation of the cornerbacks? You were talking about how guys are playing in, or do you think they're going to have their guys and they'll get spelled accordingly?
I think they're going to rotate a little bit. I think we saw him do it a little, and some of it was injuries in LA, but we'll see him rotate guys on. I think he likes different play styles. Like TJ Tampa, this could be a really good year for him. He's different because he's so much bigger and he's got some more length and can make different type of plays. When they drafted him, it was viewed as a second-round pick in the 4th round that they got. Now it hasn't amounted to anything. He's dealt with injuries. We saw him flowing in, Cam Hart, Tarheeb Still, all these different guys in LA. And this isn't a knock to them, but I think this Ravens DB room is much more talented than what he's had in previous spots. The Chargers were burning first-round picks on offensive guys in every year he was there. And I talked about it. Even 2 years prior to him getting there, so dudes in their second and third years development, these guys were offensive players in the first round. Even in the second round, they took a lot of offensive players. So I think with the talent that Jesse Minter has, especially in the DB room, where he's already worked, where he's been, that's where he kind of came up when he spent time with the Ravens and all of those things. I think he's going to have a lot of success working with these DBs. But as you guys mentioned earlier, the pass rush is huge. stopping Jamar Chase for 3 seconds as hard as it is, let alone 8 when he's running around out there in one-on-one guy, and all of a sudden he can break tackles. So he does catch the football with space and then gets a ton of yak. This pass rush is going to help this one.
I think about what you just said. If in fact this defensive back core is better than Los Angeles, they have Derwin James.
Yeah.
I mean, that's their safety. That's their guy on defense, and that's an elite player. So it says a lot.
I mean, I love a segment where everybody starts bringing up my favorite players around the league. Derwin James is my favorite player in the draft, and when I always tell the story about I didn't want Lamar Jackson because I wanted Derwin James, and I thought he would have been a huge, like watching him in college. I'm like, that's the guy, and I wasn't wrong about Derwin. I was wrong about Lamar, and it's not hard to do, guys. All you have to do is just step up and say it when you realize you're wrong. Like the stuff I read on the internet, and when they're putting Ed, you sent one last night. They put the list together, and I'm going, Jesus, guys, what are we doing? There's different rules for different quarterbacks. I mean, I was watching Justin Herbert sitting at practice with Madison Beer on his lap, making out with him. And I'm like, who allows this? What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
But
I mean, what's that list? The one we're talking about, they had, quarterbacks in different tiers, and they had Lamar in like the second tier. I'm like, really? Like, he's a 3-time MVP, a 2-time official, but he had that third one. I mean, come on, man.
Can I ask, are they doing that intentionally just for the engagement?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
do they really believe this?
No.
Because I'm tired of the hot take sports talk radio BS. I'm tired of these stupid ass talking heads on all the networks of people that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. I get tired of the athletes saying, well, you didn't play the game. It's like, what? You didn't watch the game, you dumbass. Just because you played it doesn't mean you know everything about it. And I think there has to be a healthy combination of both. You have athletes, you have, broadcasters, guys that know what they're doing. You have reporters that know what they're doing, not people that have agendas to try to make money on social media, man.
It's so disappointing. And to your point about the getting it right or getting it wrong, the issue with some is you get something wrong. It's, all right, what outlandish take can I have next that will blow up? And that's it. Let's not even acknowledge me talking recklessly about something I was completely wrong about. Let's talk about what my next point is. And they just love doing it because that next point's going to eat up a ton of clicks. And then the next point is. And then, by the way, I was wrong about Lamar for a year, but Lamar had a down year. Let me bring that back up and start talking about Lamar again because I was so right back when he won the MVP. People, and the Lamar talk is record.
We had a national radio host say he would take Bo Nix over Lamar. Like, I'd fire that guy on the spot.
Who was that?
Colin Cowherd. Not Cowherd, Cowherd. Like, he was my favorite radio host when I got into radio. I thought he was engaging. I thought he brought up great topics. Then I heard him say the stupid thing about backwards hats and then double down and then triple down and then say other dumb things. Like, how is this what we have? Like, are people just watching to hate watch?
No, you need more guys like Emmanuel Acho.
Oh my God. That guy's the worst, man. Like, every time I see somebody say something stupid or I think it can't get worse, then Emmanuel Acho pops up on my timeline and I'm going, what is this guy? Hey, Caitlin Clark, the WNBA doesn't need her. You should let her go. Like, what?
The best way is the way he delivers the message. Like, he's like breaking it. It's just the way that he says
he's talking
things.
down to people like he's the most.
Yes.
Let me explain this to you. No. Let me explain it to you because apparently you don't understand what you're saying. It's stupid.
He's got the look.
He's got the look. He's just so shallow. Just when you think he couldn't be more shallow, he scoops more out of the pool. He's just.
Yeah, so can I make the case that no athlete should be talking sports because of this goofball? It's like, come on, man. Anyway, all right, we got hour number 3 coming up. World is Stupid at 8:15. Mike Bordick at 8:30. We brought up Heston Kjerstad. Like, are we going to see him at some point? He's hitting the hell out of the baseball at AAA. I know we have a lot of left-handed bats, but do you want to take a longer look at him and get him up here at the major league level? Kind of weird to trade for a Nats player and bring him up right away. I understand he's a right-handed bat and Heston's sitting there in the minor leagues, but we talk about that next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world with today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan. Visit CFGBankArena.com to get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Join 105.7 The Fans The Final Drive this Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Watershed Restaurant as Tim, Ken, and Femi broadcast live. Watershed Restaurant is a classic Maryland seafood house located in historic Cross Street Market.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In their first game after selling at the trade deadline, the Orioles took game one of their series with the Angels. It was a pitcher's duel as Cade Povich threw 6 scoreless innings, while Grayson Rodriguez delivered his best start of the season in his return to Baltimore, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk while striking out 6 in 7 innings of work. It was his first start against the O's since being traded in the offseason. Moving Taylor Ward to Seattle before the trade deadline opened a spot for a right-handed bat in the Orioles outfield, and Christian Franklin is looking to capitalize on that. Baltimore added Franklin in a trade with the Nationals for minor league reliever Joe Glassie. He was immediately called up to make his major league debut Tuesday and spoke on the opportunity following the game.
It was definitely unexpected, just the way it happened, super close to the deadline, but I mean, it's a blessing.
So I'm just grateful, that the Orioles organization gave me a shot, and just grateful, to be on this team and, be fighting for something at the end of the season. It's awesome to be playing for something, rather than, just playing for yourself or development in the minor leagues. You're actually trying to win something, so it's cool.
Franklin was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in his debut. The Birds will look to keep things rolling against the Angels Tuesday night. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall. Rob's back tomorrow. Hour number 3. Mike Bordick joins at 8:30. World of Stupid coming up in the next segment. But I want to talk about Kjerstad. Ed, I don't know how much you've seen of him. He's been hitting fairly well. I can pull up his numbers here and kind of give them to you. But at some point, you got to get him back up here and take a look, right? And then maybe it's not. Maybe they're still looking at it like we're 1.5 games out of the wild card. We're going to do what we think's best for us, because they do have a lot of left-handed bats in the outfield.
They do. And, Silent J, he can look great at times. From the plate anyway. Sometimes I thought he looked kind of lost in the outfield.
Fit right in.
He did, actually. So I don't know what I'm talking about. He belongs here. But he's had an unusual string of health issues. And just hopefully that's behind him now. But I'd like to see him up here because he's got pop. You know, I know we don't need another left-handed bat, but maybe he can hit lefties. I don't know.
He's got 20 extra base hits in the minors right now this year. He's got 8 homers, 12 doubles, hitting .269, on base percentage is .301. You'd obviously like that to be higher. Slugging's .417. But he's been swinging the bat better. Again, it's hard to kind of compare because he's doing it AAA, and we've seen him do this at AAA. You might look at the numbers that Colton Cowles is putting going up. What about this? Obviously, you need him for defense, but I'm just saying, you look at that going, we can't take a look at him. Maybe you look at Tyler O'Neill's numbers and go, huh? But you need him against left-handed pitching. So
yeah, and he's had such a string of bad luck. I'd love to see him get a chance because keep in mind, he was second overall pick. Mm-hmm. He was a very high draft pick, and he gets myocarditis. He's just had some really unfortunate things happen to him. But he can hit, and I like to see what he can do. And now, again, this isn't like thrown in the towel, but why not? Let's see what we have. Let's see what we have with Povich. Let's see what we have with Kjerstad. Give Jackson Holiday, let him play every day. I want to see what the young guys can do.
I already see what's going to happen. But the Orioles are going to make the playoffs, and people are going to bitch that they didn't do anything at the trade deadline to add.
100%. That's exactly what's going to happen.
You can see it. It's like their pitching's better than most of the teams that they're going up against in that grouping. At least I think it is. You've had 4 guys you can rely on. I don't think people realize just how good Shane Baz has been, especially recently.
Yeah.
But again, I want to see more from him. He's the best power-hitting left-handed bat in that draft. Spencer Torkelson was the best right-handed power hitter, right? And when the Tigers took him, they sent him down to the minors. There was thoughts, were they going to move him, DFA him, and then he started hitting. And then this year, it's kind of been a little bit of a mixed bag, but you can still see the pop. But Ben, you pointed out, Ed said it, and I know you said it the other day, this guy has had some of the worst luck you could possibly have.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because this was my guy. I was always super high on him. I wasn't as high on Cowser. Different players, but I always thought he'd be the one. Just the way that you see him swing the bat, watching him hit BP is jaw-dropping. BP doesn't matter when getting the game, but he's mastered the minors. I don't need to see him slugging 500 in the minors anymore. He's got a career OPS over 800 in the minor leagues. He's got it. It's done. At AAA, he's done. And we're talking to Jacob Calvin-Myers coming on the show tomorrow, talking to him in the press box yesterday. Next year, he can't be optioned. So it would have to be a DFA. You got to get him up down the stretch, let him get a run a little bit if he's impressive. And clearly they've held on to him for a while, and some of it's because the value went down, but even at his peak, they weren't moving him because they thought so highly of him and wanted him to be a part of this. So get him up down the stretch. Maybe he turns into something. Maybe he looks good and you're able to flip him for a reliever, a guy that you think you can do more with than another team can. I know it doesn't sound very attractive, but that's better than a DFA that you end up getting money back or however they come to an agreement with somebody on it, like the Orioles did with CES and some of the other guys. I think we should see another opportunity for him. I know 27 isn't young, but there's still like pop in the bat. You see it in the minors. He's starting to get comfortable again. Just unfortunate because you're always waiting. Well, what happens next? Because for him, it's just one thing after another, and he starts swinging it well. Clay Holmes just smashes him in the head, and that clears the benches. So I really hope that Heston gets called up pretty soon, and they at least give him an opportunity to swing it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. At worst, it's probably a September call up, depending on how things are going. But if you do have any visions going to the playoffs, again, you're just 1.5 games out right now, and you're facing an Angels team, albeit you're facing Detmer tonight, which looks a little daunting because of he's their best pitcher. You've struggled against lefties, but you have a real chance here to try to go for a sweep and put yourself in a good situation. I know it's not what people want to hear, but I don't think this team's as different before the trade deadline as they are right now. Like the difference is having a healthy Adley changes everything, but he wasn't healthy then. So I still think this team can make that run, but I understand why they didn't just push all their chips into the middle and all of a sudden start trading away the farm system. So
yeah, they're playing one of the worst teams in baseball. So
yeah, I mean, but that's what helps you kind of. But if all of a sudden you start to see yourself in that wild card spot, I think the confidence kind of goes up too. You've been chasing all year, and then you finally get there, and it's like, oh, we are okay.
No, I mean, you have to be in the postseason. You need to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and this is one of them.
Can I tell you what's going to happen? Is that the Orioles are going to make the playoffs, and then they're going to play the Red Sox, and Adley's going to hit a home run to knock them out of the playoffs.
I can see that happening very easily.
That would send another outroar.
I'm not wishing that devil on us. Oh, my God. I don't want to come to work that day if that happens.
I don't even want to watch sports anymore. If that he's went to the team I hate most in all the 4 majors, I think.
Yeah, those guys suck. And you know what's pissing me off is every time I watch them, they're so good. That pitching has been so good.
By the way,
so good. Sorry, I had to do that. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
I said Scooble. Crochet's starting to feel pretty good. They're going to have him throwing soon. So
Suarez.
Just Suarez. They're just. It's crazy the turnaround that they've had. I mean, sweeping the Dodgers, they went on their little run. Orioles knock them off. They lose a few games. They're right back to another run.
Yeah.
You talk about seeing yourself in the standings real quick. Like you talk about seeing yourself in the standings feeling good. The Red Sox were 14 back at one point, and all of a sudden you're playing good baseball. To your point, all right, we're a game out. And then you get in that last spot. And ever since the Red Sox kind of punched in, because the Orioles are only 1 game behind them. The Red Sox, once they've gotten that wild card spot, it's been straight up.
I mean, I think the Red Sox and the Rays are the 2 best teams in baseball. And I'm not one of these guys that tries to, slouch with the Yankees or whatever, push them aside. I think it's a really good team, but without Aaron Judge, they're vastly different. Yeah. So anyway,
I'm just glad Walter ate the popcorn out of that girl's.
Oh God, Jesus!
It was her basket. I don't know. We played the Boston Police in softball every year, and we go to a Yankees Red Sox game after we had our game. And Walter Liddy, who's related to G. Gordon Liddy, was one of the cops. It was a friend of mine. He was wild. And was sitting next to these Red Sox fans who were just being Red Sox fans. He decides to eat the popcorn out of the girl's popcorn next to us with her boyfriend sitting there who's going to do nothing because there's about 40 of us.
My. What a jackass. That's tough, man. Sitting in that spot. I'm sorry. You're not eating my popcorn.
We had to put him on the bus after that to let him sleep it off. We did, actually.
Well, speaking of stupid, we got the World of Stupid coming up next. Mike Bordick joins us at 8:30. But let me tell you what we're going to get into. We're going to talk about a Kentucky woman got really mad waiting at a KFC drive-thru about the wait. So what do you do when you're really upset? You pull out an AR-15. That's what happens. How about an Alaska nurse that was hired as a surrogate? And she's desperately trying to protect the life of an unborn baby after the couple demands an abortion after hearing there's a treatable heart defect. This is a loaded story. I was talking about this with my wife, and I'm like, well, I don't know what happens here. So I want to get into this because I think it's important. And in Florida, Ed, I don't know how far it is from you. I got some audio of this. Restaurant launched monthly nude dining.
I know all about it.
I can't wait to talk about it.
I want to talk about something inside that story that really pissed me off.
Okay, we're going to do that next in the World of Stupid right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million. That's right, $786 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at the express toll lanes at mile marker number 62. There's an accident there. It's on the right side. 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue. Crash in the right lane. Remains heavy to the tunnels. And then on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from 795 to I-70. 295 southbound heavy between Route 175 and Route 32. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, I'll do the funnier ones last, but let's talk about this. Alaska nurse was hired as a surrogate. The couple that hired her demands an abortion after they found out the baby was going to have a heart defect. The doctors are saying it's a treatable heart defect. Now, I had a long talk with my wife about this last night, who's a labor and delivery nurse, and she was saying that sometimes, you know, if the baby's going to, if there's something that's seriously going to be wrong with the baby, or you don't know what's going to happen, or it's obviously going to cause problems to the mom, whatever, that there are times that it makes more sense to do this. I don't know that this is one, but ultimately, who makes the decision? Because my assumption is if the woman says she's not aborting the baby, then is it on her to keep it? Or just give it up for adoption after that? I think this story is so loaded, Ed. I don't understand. I don't even know what the right answer is to it.
I don't either, man. And this is, not this is like a polarizing subject or anything.
Yeah, nothing.
I mean, this one makes it more so because now you're gonna abort a baby that has a treatable birth defect. I can't even. It's just too hard to even say you're going to kill your own baby because
it might have to be on medicine or you might have to see
medical
the doctor.
care, may have a surgery or something. Then that's where you are with this. I mean, just talk about it personally. I mean, before my son was born, we lost a baby before, and it's devastating, devastating. I mean, I can't imagine. We were heartbroken, and now you're going to do this for what seems to be a really, really kind of flimsy reason.
To tell the story, when I first met my wife, and she's, as I said, a labor delivery nurse at Hopkins, and she works overnight. So there are a lot of times when she gets off at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes she even stays longer with some of her patients to try to see it through. My wife wins more awards than anybody I've ever seen. The stuff that gets sent to our house is amazing. But I've told her plenty of times, you see the best and the worst that the world has to offer. And Ed, you've been through this. We talk about your PTSD. You're insane, buddy. But no, with her, she comes home and she's emotional and she's not supposed to talk about what's happened. But I let her vent to me. Dealing with someone that lost their third child after trying is just a brutal thing. Or complications happen and something goes wrong, and now you've got to tell that mother. I've seen my wife get more stuff from families that have lost children and sending stuff to our house because she's just so kind to them. I'm the luckiest man in this world. My wife's amazing. I hope she's not listening. But the fact is, when you go through something like that and you're with them in that room and you're seeing their emotions, it's hard not to reflect some of that stuff and carry it with you when you come home. There have been times that she comes home and just bawls her eyes out because of what you just seen. And on the flip side, when that baby does come and those people have been trying for so long and they finally have their healthy baby, being a part of that's got to be one of the greatest feelings in the world, man. Yeah. So I don't know, this is such a loaded story that I just thought it was difficult, and I wanted to bring it up and talk about it here. I do want to talk about a lovely lady that went through the KFC drive-thru. Kentucky woman was charged after allegedly pointing a rifle, an AR-15, over the weight. Now, let me turn around the picture here. I don't think she needed the rifle. She could have frightened that young lady in the drive-thru all by herself, man. We've seen so many things at fast food restaurants where people lose you didn't give me my sauce, my fries are cold. Okay, just go get some new ones. Stuff happens. People, you're waiting in line and it's too long, so you pull an AR-15 out. Her name's Nada Roman. She faces first-degree wanton endangerment. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know, that's... I've never heard it.
Reckless. It's basically reckless. Reckless endangerment.
Maybe that's how they say it in Kentucky. I'm kidding. Roman became...
At least you didn't say wonton.
Wonton, they delayed her order at the drive-thru window, and she engaged in an argument with the employees before getting out of the line, going into the restaurant. And say hello to my little friend. She comes in there with an AR-15. I mean, what are you doing, lady? You have to know how this ends, right? First degree wanton endangerment, wonton, and a Class D felony offense in Kentucky, which carries a penalty of 1 to 5 years in jail.
Yeah.
Over a drive-thru at KFC. Yeah. The food's not even that good. Should have went to Popeyes.
I tell you what, the food's worse where she's going.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but she's probably going to be taking other people's biscuits, as far as I know. That looks like I don't even want to mess with that woman. That's what I'm saying. She did not need that. You did not need the gun. You're intimidating all alone by yourself. Got to get to this last story. I'm going to play you some sound, and Ed, maybe you can shed some light on it. There's a Florida restaurant that's launched a monthly nude dining night the first Monday of each month. It started in July. Guests are served premium steaks by clothed staff. Yeah, the staff doesn't have to be naked. In a private setting with tickets priced at $250 for men and $150 for women. Yeah, make it cheaper because the guys want to come in and see the ladies while they're eating. Oh, my God. Let's play the sound.
Let's do a new dinner. they disrobed pretty much here.
Class Soiree Steakhouse is the talk of the town and social media, not just because of the menu, but for what's not on it. The customers, that is. Clothes, none.
Well, we have a bathroom here. Please allow people to express themselves at our place.
Legal?
No, not at all.
It's so stupid. Ed, you've heard about this place down there?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, actually, believe it or not.
When's your reservation?
Yesterday.
This food was good.
Would you go to that?
No.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you, first of all, it's disgusting, in my opinion. They're saying it's perfectly legal. I don't know quite how. It's in Hollywood, Florida. It's, the first Monday of every month they do this. There's a couple of things involved in this. First of all, we'll get to the pricing. It's $100 more for men. I don't know how you can do this. It's like, in a day where everyone's supposed to be equal, everyone wants to be seen the same. We don't even want to have different genders. Everyone's what they. You're still doing this? Like this is like ladies' night at the bar when you're 21 years old. You're gonna have it's $100 more for a man to have dinner there. Doesn't seem quite fair to me. So think about this.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how they do this because very good. A couple is $300, right?
Yep.
So it's $250 the first single. A couple's $300. What if it's a male couple? Do they get the $300 break?
I don't know if he wants to serve them. No,
I'm serious. This is like this bothered, but what really got me was, and I find it repulsive because remember I told you my Key West experience last year. We went to Key West during whatever the hell it is, Fantasy Fest.
Oh.
No, Fantasy Fest. And we walk in this bar it's a regular, and the third floor, it's completely nude. So we had to go check it out. Mm-hmm. So Celeste and I go up to the top floor, and I'm not uncomfortable around nudity or nude men. I've been an athlete. I was a cop. I've been in locker rooms my whole life.
I helped the old guy shave at the gym in the nude.
I know.
Yeah.
Do you know why do you have to trigger stories with me? Anyway, I'll get to that in a
Peter,
second.
there's no reason for you to be naked to shave, you ass. Put your clothes on.
Anyway, I'm going to tell that one. But we get up to the top floor, and it freaked me out. And I said, I got to get out. It was to me because seeing men that were sitting on bar stools with their butt cheeks on the bar stool, nothing's covering it. There's no towel sitting down. So how sanitary is this? For both men and women at this restaurant. You got people, their body fluids eking out of you. Maybe, when's the last time you had that thing retied?
Yeah.
You may be leaking all over the place.
And I left the Oriole game yesterday, and a friend of mine asked me to come over to one of the breweries and say hi. And I said, hey, I'm dealing with a case of mud butt and bunker balls right now. I'm in desperate need of a shower. You do not want me sitting down at this restaurant. I'm just telling you.
So
anyway,
that's
why I found it disgusting.
There is a missing piece on this that I kind of cut out of the tape. The dude mentions the word lifestyle.
Yeah.
And whenever you say lifestyle, they're swingers.
Yeah.
This is like a swinger restaurant.
Yes.
Upside down
touching
pineapples.
is not allowed. Yes. Yeah. Yep. And that's true. That's a fact. The rule was about no unwanted touching. But with consent, you can.
Yeah, we got Bordy coming up next. Maybe we can ask him about nude dining.
I'm definitely going to ask him about that.
Because he's eating testicles. I don't know if he wants to eat those in the nude.
But a quick story. When I was a teenager working at the Flatbush YMCA in Brooklyn, me and my buddy Tom, we go over, and yes, it was Flatbush, just like in the Bowery Boys in movies.
Does Tommy Longballs?
No. There was a guy in there we call Maggot Man, who's disgusting. Very hairy. He looked like Roy Kent, with the neck down. But he actually, we were teenagers. We were young, like 16, whatever. He asked me to shave his back in the shower. So
how long did it take?
It didn't work out. Let me tell you, there was a friend of my father's working out in the gym, Eddie Martello. Eddie Martello was one of those. This guy would work out. He was drunk all day.
Yeah,
but he could bench about 400 pounds.
Get out of here.
So I tell Eddie, which has happened in the locker room, he went in and took Maggot Man's clothes and threw them in the toilet. Yeah, how about that?
Well, the music's playing. We got Bordy coming up next. I don't even know how to get out of here. We talked to Mike Bordick about the Orioles post-trade deadline next here on The Fan.
And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is the place to go. Save now on a huge selection of new or used Hyundais. As for Kevin Brammer, he's the sales director, and he is a wheeler dealer. And Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. So visit Bel Air Hyundai to see what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every Hyundai comes with my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. And Jones has over 2 million likes and reviews. And you too. You can be a satisfied customer at Bel Air Hyundai's part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. It's a real easy drive, so stop by and see them. And there's a Jones Junction tag frame waiting for you. Just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel, and tell them Vinny sent you.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway heavy from Reisterstown Road off and on to Route 40, Baltimore National Pike. 295 southbound heavy between 175 and Route 32, and 95 southbound at the express toll lanes at mile marker 62. There's an accident there. It's on the right side. 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue, crash in the right lane, and then it remains heavy to the tunnels. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
On Tuesday, two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Zay Flowers and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes $108 million guaranteed. He's been the Ravens' leading receiver in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke on the extension following yesterday's practice.
Shout out to Zay Flowers. You know, when your best players are just the right type of people and they bring the right just mentality and everything marries together, like those are the type of guys. It's such a great thing when stuff like that happens for them. Nothing better as a coach than to see those guys get what they deserve. And, so really happy for Zay and excited for him.
The Ravens will be back on the practice field Wednesday starting at 10 a.m. Shifting to the O's, the team was able to get back in the win column last night with a victory over the Angels. Pete Alonso drove in 2 with a single early, and Tyler O'Neill crushed a pinch hit solo shot in the 8th, but 3 runs were all they needed as Cade Povich shut things down, allowing 7 hits and a walk through 6 scoreless innings. Yennier Cano closed things out for a second save of the season. The Birds will look to take the series tonight with Game 2 set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. This fan flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Home away. We got Mike Bordick joining us here. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Ed Norris, Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall. Rob Long will join us tomorrow. So let's welcome in Bordy. Saw him last night, right before the game. Bordy, first off, how are you, man?
I'm good. Good to see you again.
Yeah, we chatted up a little bit. I introduced my wife to everyone. I always forget how many people she's met, so I'm constantly redoing that all the time. But, Bordy, we talked a little bit about, post-trade deadline, the Orioles coming into this. How do you feel on now today after sitting on this for a bit with the trade of Adley? Do you hate it? Do you think it was the right move, depending on the situation?
Well, it's so tricky, man, this kind of answer, because I think as fans, we put our heart and soul into the players, right? And Adley was just he was just such a, I don't know, I guess a trademark of Mike Elias's era and how he was perceived by everybody as the force, the foundation, I guess, of this, era of baseball. And for him to be gone, I think everybody's got to take a step back and kind of a pause. Now, when you look at the actual trade and what we got in return, I think you have to feel pretty good about that. At least kind of reloading this organization. And from every indication, it seems like, the minor league level is now back to being strong again. It sounds like we've got pitching, which was lacking for the first, 7 years of this kind of overhaul. So there's pitching there. It seems like there's young prospects. And, of course, we all know how the prospect kind of system goes. They're all suspect. My question is all right, we had all the best players early on in Elias's tenure, and there was a lack of development, and it's kind of shown up. Now, my question is, okay, who's developing these next round of young guys, man? So, I don't know. I think they're set up in a good position. I think as we all kind of step back and look at it, reloading, I guess, is the term now. I think they did a pretty good job getting some pieces back. It's just kind of a sad situation for the Orioles, and almost like a here we go again.
Hey, real quick, Ed, Bordy, they did Brady Anderson with the Angels now, so seeing him over there, it does feel like a lot of the former baseball players, not around, and I don't know. I mean, maybe that's part of the development thing. I know there's a lot of math guys and seeing things differently, and I feel like maybe there has to be some sort of 50-50 there, or at least some sort of split where, there's a feel to the game too, as well as the numbers.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I think that's where maybe the game, I'm not talking about the Orioles, where the game got a little off track because, we're seeing this kind of mediocrity. And I know there have been just a huge amount of injuries, in the game that have really, if you ask me, the product's weak right now all over baseball because the stars aren't playing. There are just so many injured players. And on every team, and we can use it as an excuse for the Orioles over the last 2 seasons pretty easily as well. But the meat and potatoes of the game of baseball is really how, can you catch the ball? Do you understand the game? Do you know where to throw the ball? Period. And understanding scoreboard situations. So that should be what the game is built around. And then you can add in the analytic part and understanding numbers and stuff like that. But don't you have to know how to play the game correctly first? And I think that's the big argument. We're seeing sloppy baseball, a lot of unearned runs. We're seeing scorekeepers that don't know how to give errors. I feel like there was another error by the Orioles last night. It was nice to see them come away with that win, that's for sure. But, catching the ball and understanding where to throw the ball has got to be the priority, and then you build off that stuff.
Hey, Bordy, I remember when you were traded to the Mets. I'm a Brooklyn native, a lifelong Mets fan. I remember when you came, and that was a really important year for that team. I just want to ask what it's like, because when Adley found out, it was Adley, Colton Cowser, Gunnar Henderson, and Ryan Mountcastle were walking into Spider-Man, the new movie, Brand New Day. They just walked into the theater when he got the call, and they never saw the movie. They walked out. What's it like to get that call, and how did you feel? Even though, the Mets went to the World Series that year, but so, it worked out that you went to a series, but how was it to get that call that you're being traded?
It's tough, Ed. Unless you really want to be traded, I don't think that any player wants to. I think when you go into spring training and you're part of a team, and you're building together with one common goal, and that's to make to the postseason and hoist that trophy at the end, you're all in, man. There might be some disruptions along the way, but as a team and a teammate, you know, you're in together. And then to have that upended, and all of a sudden you feel like, well, obviously, as a team, we failed because now they're trading everybody away, and that was the feeling in 2000. I mean, the Orioles had just a slew of great veteran players, and next thing you know, Charles Johnson gets traded away. Will Clark gets traded away. Our good friend B.J. Surhoff gets traded away. And you can see the emotions. You know, I think some guys, veteran guys, understand that that's part of the game. But when B.J. Surhoff let his emotions out when he was getting traded to Atlanta, and I think we're all fortunate to go to a contending team because when push comes to shove, everybody wants that opportunity to win, man, and get a World Series ring. But you know, you put your roots into a community. Your family they go to school. Listen, and that's the thing about this great game, I guess, is just the instability, right? And I think every player wants some job security. That's why these multi-year deals, man, guys go, oh, thank goodness. At least I don't have to worry about, you know, get traded or this and that. But it's the reality of it. And you have to find a way. And I know we talk all the time, guys, about the mental game of baseball. You just can't get caught up in it. You got to move on. Okay, I love you guys. Now I'm going to go try to help another team win a championship and reestablish routines, reestablish relationships with coaches. You know, that's one thing that kind of gets, I guess, thrown under the rug. The part about the human side of the game and the emotions, okay, but when you go to another team, not only now, you're not a plug and play. You've got to learn that team. Adley Rutschman has to learn the pitching staff. I saw in the highlights last night, him and Sonny Gray out there talking it up, trying to learn, you know, each other and make moves more instinctual than have to think about them. But when you have coaches, this is probably the most important thing and something I learned right away. When I got traded to the Mets, I went up to the hitting coach and I said, this is my routine. He said, okay, well, Joe McEwing will go down and flip to you in the batting cage. And I went, wait a second, Terry Crowley was like my guy, my personal hitting coach, and for everybody on the Orioles would literally walk you down to the cage and work on every part of your offensive game. And they didn't do that with the Mets. And then Cookie Rojas has hit me ground balls. He hit me like 10 ground balls. He said, that's good. I said, no, I have a routine. So understanding and learning all your coaches, right? I mean, sometimes it's different and it can be a little bit challenging. So there's a lot that goes into these moves.
We're talking to Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Borda gets Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Bordy, with the trades happening and this team showing that they're selling but still having a shot at the playoffs, they're still 1.5 back because of just how bad the American League is. How tough is it to balance wanting to see development? For example, last night we see Cade Povich, good outing, working through some things, giving up 7 hits but holding them to no runs. Him having a chance to start again in 5 days or 6 days compared to Chris Bassett, who's getting loose in Norfolk, and we're hearing that he's going to be joining the rotation. Like situations like that. Heston Kjerstad mashing the baseball at AAA again compared to wanting to get some of these older guys that you spent more money on in the lineup. How tough is that, and should we see maybe some of the younger guys get a run, even with the Orioles being right there in the playoff picture?
Well, I think if they really want to make a run, they'll let the young guys play, to be honest with you, because I think in this kind of situation, unfortunately, teams can get a little stagnant. You know, the team's under 500. They've been battling all year long. There have been some, you know, questionable, you know, decisions on when guys are playing, when they're not playing, the whole platooning idea. Now, if you ask me, and I feel like you're kind of alluding to this, Ben, the young guys, they got to get out there and play and get their in-game reps, whether you're facing a lefty or a righty. I think the ball was dropped in that regard over the last couple years. You know, not letting the young guys just go out there and live and learn at the highest level. Instead, you know, one day they play, one day they're not playing against the lefty, moving around positions and things like that kind of lead to inconsistency, which we've seen, and just kind of that unstable mindset. So I hope they let these young guys play, because the fact of the matter is, the next 2 months, we all hope that the Orioles make it to the postseason, but there better be some quality evaluation done right now. Yeah. I mean, they've got 2 months to look at their young guys and make better decisions going into the offseason about truly what they need. Jackson Holiday cannot be a platoon player. It just can't be that way. He's got to be out there. He's your 1-1, man. You let him run and learn until he does, because that's just the way it's got to be. We can't go 3 more years with him being a platoon guy and just trying to figure things out at the major league level. Now is the time. Let these guys run. Let Kauser play. Let Beavers play. And I think we'll all, and especially Albarnez and his coaching staff, had a better understanding of what they need to do as far as developing guys better and just pure evaluation. I think the ball was dropped on the evaluation and development, okay, well, for a lot of the young players. And there's just too much living and learning at the big league level, and it is hard. We've seen that. There's too many struggles. It's a roller coaster ride of up and down.
Mike Bordick here with us as he is every Wednesday. Mike, tell everybody about the podcast and where they can find you.
Yeah, podcast's going good. We're going to have Buster Olney on this morning just to get some reactions, to all the trades and the moves in Major League Baseball, and just get his feeling, I guess, on Major League Baseball. The Tarek Skubal trade, pretty interesting, and that, a lot of disruption there, I think, in people's minds. Think of the Dodgers are just, way too much. So that could lead to some, I think, collective bargaining talk as well. Check it out on the Be More Sports Pod. I also got another podcast going through my nonprofit called the League of Dreams, and the podcast itself is called Rocks to Pearls. Got to check it out. Some good things going on there as well.
Absolutely, Bordy. Appreciate your time as always, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Bordy.
See you, man.
Good. Thanks, guys. All right.
All right, we got the final segment of this hour. We're going to talk about the preseason football. How many starters do you want to see play? We'll get into that next, and we'll have Ed do his 8 o'clock sponsor, make some squeaky bed sounds, all that stuff. It's coming up right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tarek Skubal's highly anticipated LA Dodgers debut did not end the win, but the A's showed flashes of why he's a 2-time Cy Young winner. The newly acquired lefty tossed 6 strong innings at Wrigley Field, allowing 2 runs on 4 hits with 6 strikeouts. Unfortunately for Skubal, the Dodgers' bats went quiet in a 5-1 loss to the Cubs, leaving him in line for a tough luck defeat. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec full synthetic motor oil. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at Express toll lanes, mile marker 62.9. There's an accident there. It's on the right side. 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue. There's a crash in the right lane. And then it remains heavy to the tunnels from there. Outer loop of the Beltway heavy from Reisterstown Road off and on to Route 40, Baltimore National Pike. And 295 southbound. That's heavy between Route 175 and Route 32. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here. Rob's back tomorrow. Talking about a couple different things. And let's just get into it because we don't have much time and I want to get Ed's take on this. Ed, does it bother you at all when you don't see stars play during the preseason, or would you prefer that?
I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I don't know if it's necessary because the fear I have is during the preseason, football's a rough game, obviously, but I think maybe more so because there are guys who are, the bubble players who are just hoping to make the practice squad or get a spot on the 53. They may just go over the top to be seen. And they may take it out on your quarterback, your star receiver, your running, somebody and it could be a dirty shot, it could be a hard hit that's clean, but there's a lot of ways to get hurt. And it's just, to me, the fewer snaps you take, the better off you are. It means nothing. I mean, when the Ravens had that run of undefeated preseasons, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I mean, one year the Lions did that and they went winless in the regular season. So it doesn't matter. And to me, it seems too risky. These guys, especially with an older team.
Yeah.
The Ravens are a veteran team. They're older, which is a negative in a lot of ways. But in this way, I think it's a positive because they already know how to play football in this league. I don't know if they need the reps in preseason.
Ben, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think there's no need. These guys get it. It's never felt like the Ravens in week one. They really needed that preseason snap. Sometimes they get up to slow starts, but slow starts in general. It has nothing to do with playing in the preseason or not. Yeah. Maybe tune things up a little bit in practice. And with 2 different joint practices this year, that should help. But I've never worried much about these guys playing, especially the risk and reward. Like Lamar completing 6 passes on 2 drives. Is that really worth it compared to him rolling an ankle? Or we talked about the Dobbins thing. We've talked about a lot of different injuries guys have dealt with. Let some of the younger guys play, showcase what they can do. I'd like to see Jacoby Lane for a few drives. Outside of the younger guys, there's no need for me to see any starters.
And you bring up something. I think the joint practices are good because they're controlled and they get a lot out of them.
Well, you guys are taking away everything I was just going to say, so thanks, Ed.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. That's it, guys. Have a good night. I think you made one of the best points about, and there's nothing wrong with being a try-hard and wanting to showcase yourself. I don't want that guy going after my quarterback. Yeah. I don't want that guy hitting my running back or wide receiver that's coming in with reckless abandonment in a game where we're running vanilla defense, vanilla offense, so we don't show anything. And the whole key of getting through training camp and these preseason games is staying as healthy as you can. Understanding you can't sit everyone. But in my mind, there's nothing worse than seeing a guy get hurt or knocked out for the year in a meaningless game. And like we just saw all these. I mean, who is it? Is it the Falcons? Which team's lost like 5 players already? Panthers. Yeah. So and then there's the Saints lost one of their best defensive linemen. It's just you hate seeing it. Nobody's going to cry for the other teams in your division. But it sucks. It sucks anytime you lose somebody in the preseason. So I'm same as you guys. Like, I don't need to see any of my stars out there. I think the game's changed. It's different. And you get way more out of these padded practices where you're like, you're not allowed to hit my quarterback. Get there, go ahead, tap him on the back, whatever. But I'm not having him go down in a preseason game.
Well, even when they do play, they play 1 quarter usually in the 3rd game.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're getting any real time. It's just kind of ridiculous.
It's kind of like when a coach isn't winning, people bring up graduation rates, and they don't ever bring it up when they're winning. It doesn't matter who graduates or whatnot. It's the same thing with like preseason football. People are like, if the quarterback comes out and he plays bad the first 3 weeks, like, I should have got some snaps in preseason. Yeah, that one drive really would have set him off for the rest of the year. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I just think it's silly, and I am a guy that cares about practice, but football's a different beast. I don't want my guys getting hurt in meaningless spots. Ed,
I'm with you, man.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I think it's you want to go into the season healthy. Things can happen during the season, but you don't want it to happen in a meaningless game. So
absolutely. Ed, tell us about our 8 o'clock sponsor. Ooh.
Of course, 8 o'clock. We're brought to you every day by Lions Den, and it's summer. Every summer we say the same thing. Way to go. 1 minute's Memorial Day. The next thing you know, football's here, and that's where we are right now. So don't let your summer or your love by life fly by. You're looking for the right things, have a little fun, a little spice. Lions Den has everything you need to keep the excitement going. Huge selection, great staff, comfortable environment, exactly what you're looking for. So summer won't wait, and neither should you. Stop by Lions Den today, and you can go to any of their locations, Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, or Pasadena, or check them out at lionsden.com.
Yeah, for summer. All right, Ed. We'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Appreciate it as always.
See you tomorrow, Ed.
All right, man. See you guys.
There he goes. We got the final hour of the program coming up. That bed's still squeaking, man. Got to get some WD-40. O's Angels. We'll talk about Game 2, preview the matchup tonight. Talk about the pitching matchup. It's a good one. The Daily Line's at 9:30, and then we wrap it up with the encore. That's all coming up next hour, and we'll take your phone calls at 410-583-1057.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Pat Boyle here to help you get the books with Western One Sports. Staff taxes and Jared Goff throwing for at least 4,000 yards. That's been the case for the past 4 seasons, where Goff has thrown for at least 4,400 yards each year. He hasn't missed a game in the past 4 seasons, so injuries can always play a role in season-long player totals, but for a player who's proven to be durable and has Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jameson Williams to throw the ball to, I'll be taking the over 4,050 season-long passing yards for Jared Goff. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In their first game after selling at the trade deadline, the Orioles took Game 1 of their series with the Angels. It was a pitcher's duel as Cade Povich threw 6 scoreless innings, while Grayson Rodriguez delivered his best start of the season in his return to Baltimore, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk while striking out 6 in 7 innings of work. It was his first start against the O's since being traded in the offseason. Moving Taylor Ward to Seattle before the trade deadline opened a spot for a right-handed bat in the Orioles outfield, and Christian Franklin is looking to capitalize on that. Baltimore added Franklin in a trade with the Nationals for minor league reliever Joe Glassie. He was immediately called up to make his major league debut Tuesday and spoke on the opportunity following the game.
It was definitely unexpected, just the way it happened, super close to the deadline, but I mean, it's a blessing. So I'm just grateful, that the Orioles organization gave me a shot, and just grateful, to be on this team and, be fighting for something at the end of the season. It's awesome to be playing for something, rather than, just playing for yourself or development in the minor leagues. You're actually trying to win something, so it's cool.
Franklin was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in his debut. The Birds will look to keep things rolling against the Angels Tuesday night. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gains Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gains Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
right, welcome back. Final hour of the program. Save tonight. Eagle Eye Cherry, right? Bang. One hit wonder. Here we go. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall here with you. We're going to talk some Orioles. Talk a little bit about the pitching matchup tonight. After the win last night, 1.5 games out of the wild card. You look at the game. I thought both starters pitched well last night, and we get to this point where it's like Tyler O'Neill adds on the extra run, which helped out. We all thought, watching it, that was going to be a home run. Hit to probably the deepest part of the park. Right there was perfect, and Christian makes the play. But tonight, it's a little bit different because, so let me just give you the rundown of what we have. A little bit of rain in the forecast. I don't know if that's necessarily going to, affect them getting the game in at all, but I'll have to wait and see and look at the, hour by hour with the rain. But we get Reed Detmers and Trevor Rogers. I like what Trevor Rogers said, and were you there when he said it, Ben, where he was talking about wanting to be here, and once he saw Taylor Ward get traded, he thought he was getting traded, and he was happy he's still here.
Yeah, it was. He was very, he was real. He was like, I thought for sure I was gone. I was sitting next to my phone all day. Once time hit, I was like, all right, cool. And then I was actually interested. Cordell asked him another contract question, and that was the first time I've heard him like, no. He was like, I'm focused on trying to make a run down the stretch. It's the first, because he's usually very open. They haven't talked to me or any of those things, or like a little longer, but he was straight to the point. Like, nah, we're waiting. Or I'm trying to focus on this. So I don't think that they're going to get an extension done. But it is, you're going to get a very good start from him. It's fun watching him pitch. That stretch was bad and everybody was out on him again. And people are always saying, well, give me the full sample. Well, there's been a lot more good than bad over the past 2 years with Trevor Rogers.
Well, isn't it? Yes, I agree with you on that. But isn't it kind of clear what the Orioles are doing now? Like, they didn't get back what they thought would be fair value in trading him.
Exact, yes.
So now you make him the qualifying offer, and you get a draft pick back if he walks. But now you also, if he stays, you got him for another year and then a little bit more time to negotiate with him. I mean, I think getting through this phase of being upset of how things played out and he didn't get offered the extension, which I clearly think he wants, and he wants to be here. It's a matter of, do they buy into what he's doing? Do they think, like last year, we all knew that wasn't necessarily repeatable, but could he be close to that? Starts off a little slow, and it's like, hey, who is this guy? He gets 2 strikes and can't get anyone out. Then he starts to figure it out again. I like what I'm seeing from him. And without having a bunch of lefties, I like the idea of having him in your rotation. So I'm hoping that at some point they work something out and keep him. But you also have a ton, and I mean a ton, of starting pitching in the minor leagues that's going to be here in the next 2 years, whatever, and you're going to want to take a look at them. So we'll see what they end up doing.
And they're lefties. There's lefties that they have that are there, and we've talked about it. And that's why Reed Detmers, I was saying, this if you were to trade for him, that would be the fill for Rogers. And I mean, Girouard's going to be ready somewhat soon. He's in Double-A and he's rolling there. And we talk about good lefties all the time. If you're rolling in Double-A, you're probably not spending much time at Triple-A. So no, I do think that they're going to, as you said, it's a qualifying offer thing. I've said it 50 times on this show in the past 2 days. It was a buyer's market. They were not, the Adley Rutschman deal was awesome. You got a lot for him. You gained a lot back. Outside of that deal, there weren't many.
There were a lot of small swaps.
Exactly. Yeah. There weren't many. This team, got so much back for this big name player, this major league player. I think getting all that back for Adley was awesome, but also they were trying to shop Rogers. I think Rogers was absolutely on. He was out there, but at the end of the day, it's like, are we really going to take a single-A guy or this light prospect when we can, as he said, Mike has said, they still have a somewhat shot at the playoffs, get the qualifying offer, and we know they love their draft picks.
I hate this for him, but to me, I just think the writing's on the wall that if he doesn't leave after getting the qualifying offer, that he's that gap that bridges for probably, one of these pitchers that you got back more than likely. I mean, I don't know who's the closest per se out of all those guys. And I know Ferret is one of the guys that they think could be here, maybe even this year at some point in September. But we'll wait and see. I know we got some callers that want to get in, and Darius is in Towson. And Darius, I didn't think you got in after the trade deadline, so if you want to chime in about that, feel free, man.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Ben.
What's going on, Darius?
Man, Jeremy, I got one word. I'm not even going to get into the trade. I don't got that much time. I'm just going to say wow. But to preview the game for tonight, I was shocked last night because I thought the Orioles was going to have BP versus Grayson Rodriguez, and they made Grayson Rodriguez look like he still had it. I was shocked. And tonight's game, it's like we struggled all year versus left-hand pitching. And now we got to go against left-hand pitching without Rutschman, without Blaze, who's hurt, unfortunately, and without Taylor Ward. I don't know what we're going to see tonight. I just think that maybe our offense, maybe the new Cleveland Guardians, maybe it's going to be every now and then we're just going to score 4 runs. But I think the under is the way to go for tonight. I just don't see us teeing off on Reed. I see, like, if we'd be grateful we get 4 runs.
Oh, we losing him? Derek, you there?
I'm just still disappointed.
Yeah, I said this when they played, and appreciate the phone call, Darius. Like when they played Scooble, or when you're going up against them, sometimes it's not about beating the starting pitching; it's about outlasting them. And the tricky part of this is sometimes with a pitcher like Scooble, or let's say with Reed Detmers, you're going to get a lot of first pitch strikes, and so now you're falling behind in counts. Do you ambush him? Problem with ambushing him is if you pop one up or hit a grounder, you just gave him 1 pitch, 1 out, and now he has even more pitches to work with to go deeper in the game. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's not like you can't. Reed Detmers has lost games. He's given up runs, and we just know this team has sucked against left-handers.
Get to that bullpen. I keep saying, I said it earlier, their bullpen is atrocious. It's not good at all. And Ben Joyce getting back, the 101 to 103 is definitely filthy. It's not an easy at bat, but keep him out of the game. And they're going to get him some work early because he's been out so long. But for Detmers, as you mentioned, it was interesting. Taylor Ward spoke the day before, on Sunday, I believe, or Saturday. He spoke before the deadline and was very honest. And there was a question about that. When you have a guy, a top-tier starting pitcher in the game, what is the approach? Is it let's try to run his pitch count up and get him out of here in the 5th, or are we swinging it? And Taylor Ward was like, you can't have these guys change their approach just because there's a good guy on the mound. He's like, you're taking things away. You have to jump on that first pitch strike you see, or you can, you work in at bat. And Taylor Ward is a dude who worked better at bats than anybody on the team. But it is interesting. That point when the offense is clicking is like, yes. When the offense isn't clicking, it's like, well, then change up what you guys are doing. But no, it's definitely the healthy medium where how many meatballs are you going to get from Reed Detmers? They're early in counts, but I also want to see him and try to push him out of the game. I think the bats just have to come through. They have to live up to the hype, and that's more on what it's on.
All right, well, give me your take tonight. Like, what type of lineup are you think we're looking at? Is Kobe leading off?
Yes.
All right, so you get Mayo leading off. What's the outfield look like?
I think it's going to be Christian back and left.
O'Neill and right.
O'Neill and right, and then it's Leote or Cowser in center, and they've been giving Cowser a run. I think it's going to be Leote. But Leote's at bats. I love Leote. I thought he's a very good baseball player, winning baseball player, and he's really, really struggled the second half, especially. But Leote's at bats as a righty versus a lefty aren't any better than Colton Cowser as a lefty versus a lefty. It's of late. Now, he is much stronger from his left side. We know that. And Colton Cowser's really struggled against lefties, but Leote just hasn't been giving you, and he's fallen in a lot of big spots. So it also comes to the conversation we had earlier. Now, Cowser's not in the Basayo Holiday range.
No,
but Cowser, he struggles against lefties. They've got to give him more run, especially the defense. Like, Leote at one point looked like a solid defender, but it's fallen off.
Yeah, and I'd say this too, like, you run that risk. And the other thing that people bring up all the time is like, why are they playing this guy? He sucks. If the guy's on the roster, and let's say it's a bat, you have to try to work him in to keep him fresh and not just go. Like, you go to him in that game where he's playing one game and he hasn't had a chance to swing a bat against live pitching or like real pitching all week. And then now you're expecting him to come in and get a hit. I'm not saying he can't, but like, that's why you do it. So, like spelling Jeremiah or Jackson Holiday for Jeremiah Jackson at times made sense, and what they were doing with Blaze. I just wonder what they do now. Looking at, is Cowser playing in center field? Are you getting Tavares his at bats? Are we, obviously the infield usually stays the same. Either DH or starting at third base is going to be Mayo and Strand, right? They're both going to be in the lineup. You would expect. And then, of course, across the infield, I want to see Jackson Holiday on an everyday basis. I don't care what that means for anyone else.
You should. There's no reason not to. And I would expect Leote to be in center tonight. That's kind of where I'm at.
Can Christian play center?
Yes, but they've got him playing corners. I don't know they want to throw it out there at him yet. He can play center, which is interesting.
But you still have left-handed outfielders to put out there.
Dylan Beavers, yeah. And then, bring Curson up. Well, he's lefty.
Yeah.
So, no, that's just kind of how they draft. Oh, well, soon they'll have Eric Booth. Oh, lefty.
Yeah. Well, he said he's going to hit the warehouse. He thinks he can do it. I think everybody thinks they can do it. I'd love to see it. So, all right. We've got some more Orioles talk. I want to hear from you fans out there. 410-583-1057. Do you think this team could go on a run and make the playoffs? I mean, they're 1.5 out. And as we said, even though you look at what they've lost, there's not much difference from this team to the team they had before the trade deadline outside of Adley being here on an everyday basis, but he wasn't there. He was hurt.
Right.
So, we'll have to see what happens, but I want to hear from you. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, there we go. Can I tell you a little story about this song? First off, 410-583-1057. When I first got into radio, I worked with Spiro and Swami. Spiro Marikas, voice of the Towson Tigers, and for a long period of time. He played this song to start the show every morning, and he would say, "Hello, nurse," because he was dating a nurse that got off work at that time. Ironically, now, like, I'd hear this song every day. Katrina in the Waves, Katrina in the Waves. It's a great song. But, like, I'll never forget, like, that happening, and then all of a sudden, I end up marrying a nurse that gets off at 7 in the morning, and I played this for her once. She was like, So, anyway, we've got the Orioles now. We talked about, can they go on a run? How do you feel? Because saying a run, to me, means making the playoffs. I don't know how they match up against other playoff teams. You won't know till you get there. They have enough starting pitching, I think, to at least match up there. can't believe I'm saying this. I don't know about this offense.
It's not clicking. I don't think they can go on a run. And to your point, I agree with you partially in the beginning where like I do think they can make the playoffs, so maybe they can go on a run, but I think they can make the playoffs because how bad the American League is.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the Orioles. They're not a playoff team. They're just not. And Adley Rutschman fully healthy. Removing a fully healthy Adley Rutschman's a different story. As you say, they haven't had him, so you're not losing much over the past few weeks. But losing Taylor Ward he's an impactful player. I think a lot of people got caught up in the lack of power, and I understand it. That's not you didn't get exactly what you traded for him, but you still got a very reliable at bat, a reliable hitter, a guy who gets on base. Who again, and it was funny. We had the guest we had on yesterday, and we're talking. It's like, well, he does. If Gunner's driving the baseball, we're having different conversations. If Ward scored 25 more runs, we're having a different conversation.
You know what sucks is if Gunner's having an okay season, I think Adley's still here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know ultimately if the contract extension stuff that talk stalls and then they were like, hey, we got to bite the bullet and do this. Maybe if he's healthy, they're not considering that at that time. I don't know. The impending lockout, I don't know how much of an impact it had. And I don't know if I'm saying I don't know a lot, if they're actually going to tell us any of this stuff, if it's true or not. So you're 100% right. They're in it because this American League is so bad. And that's why I keep saying, even the moves you made, you're still hovering. Yes, you could end up on the short end of the stick and be the first team out. But I'm not afraid of the Mariners. I'm not afraid of the Tigers, the Rangers. I mean, the Tigers are going to fall off relatively quick, in my opinion. We thought this would happen before, and then they went to the bullpen games, and all of a sudden it's like, did they just win 11 in a row? Are they back in this? It was a crazy season, but I think there's enough pitching here. And if at some point Gunner even got it going a little bit, you get a little healthier, get Basayo back. That's why, like, when people keep saying they're going through another rebuild, the core is still here, guys. It sucks to lose Adley, who was 101, but I don't think this is a rebuild by any stretch.
I don't think it's another rebuild, but I think they're in a really tough spot because I just don't know what to make of the core. I think the core needs Jordan Westbrook to be healthy, which he's not allowed. I think the core needs Gunnar Henderson to be an MVP type of player, which I think we've seen less of. I think the core needs Jackson Holliday to turn into what we saw for a few weeks, and the only way he gets that is with opportunities. It's just this core to me is questionable. So no, I don't think they're going in a rebuild in terms of the front office.
It's a reload.
Yes, but they got to they need Jordan Westbrook to be healthy next year. They need Gunnar Henderson to bounce back in a major way because what he's given them this year isn't even close to enough. Dylan Beavers and Sam Basayo, I am fully bought into. I'm glad that they kept Beavers because Beavers was a name that was quietly being talked around in trade deadline talks. I think this is a dude who can hit top of the lineup all the time. He works at bats. So many times you see Beavers down 0-2, first 2 pitches of an at bat, and all of a sudden it's 7 pitch at bat, and he earns a walk. Even in outs there, you get 7 to 8 pitches to start a game, and he talks about the different approach. He's talked to us about it in the leadoff spot. But I think those guys have to take over this core more than the previous core that we've seen.
Yeah, I was going to say, nobody made my shirt, and you can still make it because all the guys are here. Beaver, Tyler, Gunna, Peter. They're all still here.
With the H at the end.
Yeah, with the UH or whatever. Yeah, that's with that Boston accent. Yeah, man, I'm so tired of this because, like, again, I feel the pain. Don't think I'm like, I know people try to label me this homer, and I try to look at things differently. I've always done that. I try to see there's so much good that Mike Elias has done, but I'm not sitting here saying that guy's devoid of criticism. There's some criticism that should come his way. But I do think injuries was a huge part of what happened, and I agree with what Bordick said. We got to have some sort of better player development. We've seen a lot of guys get here, we get them to the point, and they look like they're 4A. And sometimes it takes a while for guys to get going, but we can't continue. In a rookie year, you're spelling a guy against left-handed pitching. At some point, you have to see. You brought it up yesterday. J.J. Weatherholt for the Cardinals. They said, you're up. You're batting leadoff against everyone. We'll give you a day off against a tough lefty.
Exactly.
That's the way it should be. And, you want to see more of that. Same thing with Basayo. You got 2 guys right now that should be playing every chance that they can, understanding Basayo's a catcher and he's going to get a few more days off, but DHing. And if you get another good defensive catcher and they can do what I kind of thought Adley and Sam would do, keep your catchers fresh. They catch half the games, whatever, maybe a little less if you want Sam in the lineup more DHing or playing first base and giving, Peter some days off. I think that's all possible. But I do like the group that they have. I think they need to tweak some things. And we'll see moving forward. But I do think they're going to be in this playoff race all the way up until they're not.
Yeah, they're going to have to be. And I was just looking at it last night, and I keep looking at it, and every time I look at it, I'm like, they have a real shot. I don't think they'll make it. I think they'll get edged out, but I would say going into the final week and playing in New York the final week, hopefully the Yankees are sit everybody, let Max Fried throw 3 innings and get some work for some of your younger guys.
Set up your rotation,
Right. But the way that it's shaping out, it's going to be a race. I think heading into the last week of the season, we'll be talking about 1 to 1.5 games. The crazy thing for me is they're 1.5 games out, but because you have 3 different teams with you there and then the fourth that's in the playoff spot, it's felt like for so long for me that they're way more than 1.5 out. In most years, because, again, I said it yesterday, it'd be 1.5, 3, 6, and those were the games behind you, so you feel good. Here it's 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1, half a game, and then playoff. It's like that's a crazy thing to look at when you look at standings. So you're competing with all of these different teams, and if you go on your race or your run, 2 of the other teams could. Now you need some of them to fall off, and some of them play each other, so you're like, well, can they go one of 2?
What I was like last night when Jung Hoo Lee didn't make that play for the Giants. God, their lineup is so bad.
It is bad.
And I like him. I think he's a decent player, but he, in the outfield, the Giants came back, tied the game, and had a shot there, and he's got this ball in the outfield where you're like, is he going to catch it? Or is he, oh, no, he's going to fall down and reach back for it somehow. And then they end up losing the game to the Rangers. So
that was a guy that was, and yeah, you need the Orioles need the Rangers to start losing, but that was a guy that was being talked about in a lot of trade talks. And I think the Giants were trying to sell much more than they did. Elliot Ramos going to New York is kind of frustrating for me. I think Elliot Ramos is a better player than we've seen recently, and we'll see what they'll probably platoon him in New York.
It was like the offseason with the Yankees. Like, I like them getting Ryan Weathers and some of the things that they did where it wasn't like these big splashes that Yankees fans wanted. And I know they wanted Adley. I like the fact that when the Orioles were talking to the Yankees, that whoever they were asking for, we heard rumors of LaGrange, whoever it was, that they stayed on point. Like, this is what we want. We don't want Fudd. You keep Elmer, and this is who we want. You know, like, I don't flinch. I always feel like this team in years past, there's no doubt in my mind with the Dodgers, they flinched when they traded Machado. Yeah. Because, we all talked, and Yusniel Diaz just had the 2 home run game in the Futures game, and you're like, oh, look at this. And then, we got one.
Now he's playing down the road in the men's league.
It's rough. But I fully believe, like I said to you, this is just how things happen. The Orioles end up sneaking in the playoffs and play the Red Sox in the first series, and they trot out 3 lefties, and we go, oh, what are we even doing here, man?
No, and the Adley thing, and the Adley of it all, if that trade went down to 5.45, I'd have been like, oh, they just sold because they were desperate. But them getting it done when they did, I talked about it before. Hicks going before that made Boston say, our plan B is out now. Unless we can get Hunter Goodman, and they're going to be asking more for Hunter Goodman than Adley probably.
They wanted their number 1 prospect.
Exactly. And Arias would have been also, but you do get the number 2, and you do get, I talked about Azekar. He had a good first time in the minors for the Orioles yesterday.
There was a lot of good things in the minors yesterday for the Orioles across the board. But talk about Azekar, because you brought him up, and I'm like, I didn't see it. And as soon as I turned on, put on Twitter or whatever, and I'm scrolling through it, it's boom, there's the highlights, and I got to see the actual highlights.
Yeah, 3 for 6 with an extra base hit. And this is a guy that I was talking about it. It's a lot of pull side power. That's most of what he brings to them. But he's a good player. He's super young. And it's interesting for me for them to bring in a new bat, somebody that was from the outside that didn't spend time with this development. He was developed elsewhere. And Boston's been pretty impressive with pitching, but their bat prospects, Marcelo Meyer, we talk about it. Oh, well, they refused to give him up in a Marte trade. Now they're trading for a leveraged lefty.
Yeah.
One of what, like that's.
Boston fans are pissed at that they refused to give up Marcelo Mayor. And like that was a prospect. Like Red Sox fans are looking at the trade they made saying, have you seen all of our top prospects? Yeah. None of them are panning out the way we thought. Like going back to even Tristan Casas, and I guess the jury's still out on him. Roman Anthony. Like they were talking about Roman Anthony, what a hitter he is. And then all of a sudden I saw him in the outfield and I'm like, he got a pea shooter, man. Like that's what everybody's going to run on that cat, So a lot of their prospects, a lot of the guys that are here at the major league level and some that they moved on from just haven't panned out. So sometimes you get an organization where you're looking at it and trading with them just because they have a number 1 prospect in the organization and you got them, they might not be as good as another team's 5th,
And that's also like the Azekar of it all. This was the 3rd best prospect they got from Boston, but This is a guy that could turn out to be the most impactful player. If he's hitting for the power that has hit for this year, he's slugging above 500 at the minor league level. And he's just a Frederick now. We'll have to see how things go at Chesapeake and then ultimately Norfolk. He's still 19 years old. There's a lot of pop in the bat. If he explodes and two of the pitchers have arm injuries, but Azekar turns into a Ronald Acuna type, then we're having different conversations down the line.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we got the Daily Lines coming up next. Last night, I went 2 for 3. I felt like I deserved better. Talked about I wasn't afraid of Scooble, neither were the Cubs, but the Dodgers couldn't hit Assad to save their life. I'll give you the plays for tonight. 3 WNBA games I like. There's 2 absolute smash spots with the weather. We'll see if you want to go back to them because they're the same ones from yesterday, but we'll get into it. I'll tell you my favorite plays, my favorite props. It's all coming up next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
The Summer Sellathon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000 ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
On Tuesday, two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Zay Flowers and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes $108 million guaranteed. He's been the Ravens' leading receiver in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke on the extension following yesterday's practice.
Shout out to Zay Flowers. You know, when your best players are just the right type of people and they bring the right just mentality and everything marries together, like those are the type of guys. It's such a great thing when stuff like that happens for them. Nothing better as a coach than to see those guys get what they deserve. And, so really happy for Zay and excited for him.
The Ravens will be back on the practice field Wednesday, starting at 10 a.m. Shifting to the O's, the team was able to get back in the win column last night with a victory over the Angels. Pete Alonso drove in 2 with a single early, and Tyler O'Neill crushed a pinch-hit solo shot in the 8th, but 3 runs were all they needed as Cade Povich shut things down, allowing 7 hits and a walk through 6 scoreless innings. Yennier Cano closed things out for a second save of the season. The Birds will look to take the series tonight with Game 2 set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Siding. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
On 105.7 The Fan.
That's right. They'll take care of you over at Life Med Institute. Last night, I went 2-3 in my top 5. Realistically, I was saying yesterday, there were 3 games, four games that I really liked. Problem was that, I can't sit here and tell you to take the Texas Rangers at minus 185. I did tell you to take them, but I'm just saying I don't like betting big favorites. I feel like a lot of guys during baseball season, when they give you their records, they're skewed because they're betting minus 200 favorites. And if you bet a minus 200 favorite and lose, that's like losing 2 games, Yeah,
they don't give you the units. They give you the record.
Yeah. And I have some buddies that do the underdog betting, taking some of the biggest underdogs in spots. Like the Rockies are amazing at home. And then if you bet the White Sox in the beginning of the year when nobody thought they were going to be good, you made bank there. Or if you were betting on the Red Sox when they made their run. So
2023 Orioles.
Yeah.
That's how it was then. I remember betting on them every week, plus money.
But that's something that people do. But there are people where you'll look at their record and go, hey man, you're 85 and 140. How are you up money? Well, because I bet this 270 and this it all adds up. The same way when you're betting favorites like that and losing, all of a sudden you're like, I lost how much money? So last night I went 2-3. Kind of fortunate. Like I said, I had the Rangers in my top 5. Fortunate that went my way. Talked about what a smash spot the Boston game was and what a smash spot the Cubs game was. Only issue was that the Dodgers could not hit. Kyle Tucker hit a home run, but nobody else could do anything against Assad in the Chicago Cubs bullpen, even with the wind blowing out in great hitting conditions, which was frustrating. But, it put a big smile on my face watching Boston drop 6 in the first inning after talking about what a great hitting spot it was. Make you sweat a little bit as nobody scored for 3 innings, and then all of a sudden the fireworks took off again. Wilyer Abreu, who I've talked about smoking right-handed pitching, he hit 2 bombs yesterday. I like him again today, going up against another right-hander, and who is it? It's Sean Burke today. So, all right, let me run through this. I can sit here and go back over all the games yesterday and what I got wrong, but it was just an okay day. I went 1-3 in props. Not an okay day, a losing day. But 2-3 overall in my top 5. So let's look at it tonight. WNBA. I actually like all 3 overs in these games, but the more and more I'm looking at it, I like Chicago more than I like the over in that game, even though I do think that game's going to be played. I think one of those teams is going to score 100. Give me Chicago minus the 2.5 at home. There's 4 games tonight. The one I'm staying away from is the Mystics game. I like the Phoenix-Atlanta game. That's the Dream and the Mercury to go over the 182.5. And I like Seattle and the New York Liberty. This is the game we had the other night, going over the total. On pace to go over. It's looking great. In the last 3 minutes, it went and it just fell under by 2 baskets. So frustrating night there. But I think all 3 of these are good plays, so I'm going to be on all 3. So with the weather tonight, Cubs over, smash spot. Red Sox over, smash spot. We'll talk about it in a second. Orioles over looks good, but I think it's a good pitching matchup, so buyer beware there. And the Reds over, really hot there in small American ballpark, and I'm seeing a lot of the Reds bats showing up top in my algorithm. So if you wanted to bet the over there, had no issue with it. That's not a game that I was necessarily on. I do like the Reds bats, though. My plays tonight, let's start it off. I like the Twins on the money line. I like Pittsburgh and Milwaukee under 7. San Diego, Arizona over 9, one of my favorite plays. St. Louis, New York Yankees over 8.5. Yeah, there are a bunch of overs. And then the two smash spots, I'm going right back to it. Cubs over is a great spot. I love the Cubs today. People are going to want to go with the Dodgers. Shota is way better at home than he is on the road. Wind's blowing out. It's great hitting conditions. I love Seiya Suzuki. Over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. One of the top hitters on the slate. I think he goes yard today. PCA, even against a left-hander like Eric Lauer, still in a good spot if you wanted to bet him. But ultimately, my two favorite plays were those plays. Like, it's a better pitching matchup because you have Sonny Gray going, but I like Munetake Murakami to go yard. He's so much better in night games than he is in day games, which is one of those weird oddities.
So funny to look at.
Yeah, when you look at his splits. But Sonny Gray's been awesome this year, but I'm going to take my chance here in a great hitting environment that he runs into one. I think the White Sox score some runs today. I see some 8s out there, which to me seems too valuable not to take, because even if Sonny Gray's good and he goes 6 innings, we'll still get a little bit of the Red Sox bullpen, and the White Sox can implode at any given moment with their starting pitching the way that's gone. I mean, it's been solid this year, but I think any one of those guys can, for lack of a better term, get got. So yeah, my favorite plays today, and going back to the Cubs-Dodgers game, it's just such good hitting weather. I talk about this. Here, let me go to my weather algorithm. You guys can have a sip. So to let you know, so in Dodgers Cubs, home runs are hit at 41% more in games with this type of environment, with the wind blowing out. It's blowing to dead center at 8 miles an hour. It's 70 degrees there. 23.3% of the time there's more runs scored in a game environment like this, and 24.2% of the time ERAs are going up with the starting pitchers. That may not mean anything to you. All I'm telling you is it's a great hitting situation, and that's what the algorithm is spitting out. And what I do is I'll look at the weather algorithm. I'll look at the hitter and pitcher algorithm that I have. Sorry, you guys are going to get drunk today. You're supposed to drink every time I say algorithm, according to that's somebody's a drinking game at home. So when you take those two things and you start to see it match up, and then I'll go look at the spreads, and then I'll say, oh, wait a minute, public's on this side of it. Sometimes I look at a game and it's a no-brainer to me that it's going to be in my top 5 plays. Doesn't mean it always works out, but I'm going to take my chances with the odds and what my algorithms are saying. So with today, my 5 favorite plays, and I'll get to some prop plays in a second. Cubs, Dodgers over, top play overall on the board. I do like another top plays, Boston and Chicago, the White Sox and the Red Sox going over the total. San Diego and Arizona, to me, is the sneakiest game. It's in a dome. If they did open the dome, it's 110 degrees outside in Arizona today, so they're not opening it. But I like the way that these guys match up against the opposition with the pitching. I think we're going to see some runs between these two teams. The other two games that I like, I would go Chicago -2.5 and Phoenix, Atlanta over the 182.5. I do like all 3 WNBA games, but I always do a top 5. You're not going to see a top 6. So with that being said, my props for today, I like Kyle Schwarber. He's -150. Seiya Suzuki's my favorite. May not like this one. I'm going Mike Trout against Trevor Rogers. Like him against lefties quite a bit. Watching him strike out his first 2 at-bats and then rope, a single last night, I think, in his next at-bat. I'm going to take my chances with him today. Munetake Murakami, I talked about it. I like him to go yard, so I'm taking him -110 over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. But the Dodgers game is my favorite. Seiya Suzuki's my favorite prop. So there you go. All right, we've done it. It's we're getting up to the encore. What we've learned. Let me see if we had anybody waiting. Nope, nobody waiting patiently. So we'll get to all the jokes, everything else that's happening. Tons of stuff going on. I do have to tell you, we talked some Ravens. Zay Flowers signs a contract extension. Training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here. Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. We're finding out everything. Everything's sponsored now. What do we got? The Window Nation guest line. We've got at the end of the show, we've got the encore sponsored by Elephant in the Room, which I'm going to continue to tell you my favorite thing to eat there.
8 o'clock hour?
Ed's Sex Shop. No, Lion's Den. Lion's Den is the 8 o'clock sponsor. So, yeah, we've got a lot of moving parts here. Things are going. You could tell football season's approaching because things are starting to pick up. All right, 410-583-1057. We come back. We'll wrap it up, do the encore, and tell you what we learned.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Mike Elias says the Orioles can still compete down the stretch even after his deadline sell-off. How are we feeling about that after last night's results? And Vinny will return after Ravens practice for a full update on everything going on at the Castle.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes and steamed crabs from the location on North Point Boulevard. It's warming up outside, and you can always enjoy hot steamed crabs in the comfort of their dining room. Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location in Dundalk, over there on North Point Boulevard. And if you haven't checked out their new locations at the Fairground in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. I mean, it's amazing. And there's so many TVs, tons of TVs with live sports, a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap, and plenty of parking, as I tell you. So many different things to check out there. The food's amazing. So swing on by, check them out. They're open for lunch and dinner daily on the second floor of the grandstand. You can catch all the baseball games and the football games that are going to be coming up at either location. Don't forget, whatever the occasion, the Costas Inn can deliver crab cakes for your loved ones anywhere in the country. Check out both Costas Inn locations today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Baltimore Ravens have locked up their star wide receiver. Zay Flowers has signed a 4-year, $140 million contract extension with $108 million in guaranteed money. The deal averages $35 million a year, tying him with Justin Jefferson. The two-time Pro Bowler is coming off a career-best season, solidifying his spot as Lamar Jackson's top target for the foreseeable future. I'm Drake Toll.
.1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
But a quick story. When I was a teenager working at the Flatbush YMCA in Brooklyn, me and my buddy Tom, we go over, and yes, it was Flatbush, just like in the Bowery Boys in movies.
There's Tommy Longballs?
No. There was a guy in there we call Maggot Man. He was disgusting. Very hairy. He looked like Roy Kent, with the neck down. But he actually, we were teenagers. We were young boys, like 16, whatever. He asked me to shave his back in the shower. So
how long did it take?
It didn't work out well. Let me tell you. There was a friend of my father's working out in the gym, Eddie Martello. Eddie Martello was one of those. This guy would work out. He was drunk all day.
Yeah.
But he could bench about 400 pounds.
Get out of here.
So I tell Eddie, which has happened in the locker room, he went in and took Maggot Man's clothes and threw them in the toilet.
Oh, man, throwing the poor guys all of his stuff in the toilet. And for the ladies, if anyone's out there listening, or any other guys that don't typically go to the gym and spend time, there's some people that just come and work out and go. They don't ever go into the bathroom or that area to shower, whatever. I don't know what it is about older gentlemen that just like to get naked and shave. Like, if you're wearing, like, if you came, even if you took off your shirt because you don't want to get any shaving cream on your shirt or something, we're all listening to you. But unless you're shaving your legs or the boys, why are your pants off?
You know, I used to work across the street at that gym, right?
Did you get fired?
No, my mother doesn't work there anymore. She died.
Oh, sorry.
But I would
Thanks a lot for dropping that on me.
Well, you know what? That's what moms do. So anyway, like, I would have to clean the locker rooms, and I just remember the one old guy who would linger. That was just his home for the hour.
Yeah, man. They're just standing around in there, sitting at the end of the bench. Just hanging there. Just like
one of those Newton things on some guy's desk.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, the encore is brought to you by Elephant in the Room. You've heard Rob talking about Elephant in the Room. I've talked about it. It's up there in Millersville near me. If you're going in, or you should be going in, get the bacon wrap dates. It's my favorite thing on the menu, and there's so many good things for you to try. So check out Elephant in the Room out there in Millersville. Say hi to Jeremy, the owner. He's got a great name. All right, we've got to get to what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, Ben. What did you learn today? Anything about Ed? And
literally, that's where I was going. Ed has these names that he was with. Tony, what was the last name? All these just Italian names.
Yeah.
Oh, I was with, and it's just like every time I hear it,
Larry Longballs and all these other names.
Soprano, Moltisanti, all the Italians. But these are all real stories, and it's real names. I can't even come up with it. But every time I hear this new Italian crazy name, wait,
you know how Ed has great stories and people love to hear them. Ed's told me a couple stories that he could never tell on the air, and if you think those stories are great, these are mind-blowing. But he just can't tell. I mean, there's certain things you can't talk about on the air. And I've already told him, working, we had the thing the one day where they were talking about who's the most normal guy on the show. And of course, Rob raises his hand and says he's normal right off the bat. No. And then I'm looking at Ed and I'm like, don't you even dare because there's nothing normal about what's going on in your life. And then it comes to me, and I think I'm the most normal, but I'm really messed up too. So, but I know I'm more normal than those two cats combined. So, like, if you took the normal, I don't even know if normalness, the percentage that Ed's normal and the percentage that Rob's normal, I'm still higher than that percentage, but Rob still thinks he's the most
normal.
Yeah, and it's.
I remember you guys had that conversation a couple weeks ago, and I think you brought it back up because I wasn't here for the first one, but you brought it back up, and he was like, "Oh, no,
I can't with that." There's some really, really weird ones out there, and I think I work with two of them. Each of them probably thinks they work with two of them too, and that includes me in there. So let's get to some of these jokes. Or did you want to finish anything else with what you learned from Ed?
No, just a lot of
stories.
Well, the stories, just the Italian names. That these are real names, and it sounds like something from The Sopranos. You're just attaching some Italian saying at the end of it, but these are all real names.
This is so funny, man. All right, let's get to some of these jokes. At dinner, I asked my date if she had any hobbies. She said, I like drilling holes. I looked at her and said, well, that's boring. Boring is drilling holes. Right, Levy? Oh, you can't give me a rim shot and then complain about it.
The follow-up got the groan.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. What's one sentence you can use both in the kitchen and in the bedroom? Oh, man. I didn't see that coming. And it's spelled cumin. I don't know.
Don't spell it. I feel like that's one of the 7.
Yeah, I should spell it. At dinner, my date got defensive when I told her my newest hobby was learning to read Braille, but that didn't surprise me. It's a touchy subject. Man, you're a tough crowd. My wife saw an ant picking up a leaf 5 times its body weight and told me, can you imagine being that strong? So I picked up the leaf and said, yeah. You want to start the music back over? Da-da-da-da. We're coming back out of here. There it is. Can I just say something? Something. See, that's a kid's joke. And I get a rim shot for it. Here we go. Do I want to do a Jewish joke, Levy? No.
I'll give you permission this one time.
I don't even know if it's funny. I haven't read the... no, we're not going to do that one. The phrase, hold your horse, is essentially the same as be stable. A new space mission is being made to apologize to the Martians. It's called Apollo G. We've talked about that one before. What do you call a pirate's coming-of-age party? A quinceañera. It's so bad. After Jean Grey graduated from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, she enrolled in the University of Phoenix. That's an X-Men joke.
It's like a deep cut. You got to know about the X-Men.
Yeah. How do you put a baby astronaut to sleep? You rock it. Rock it. How do you make an angry friend super angry? Put a cape on him. Why do lawyers never wear boxers? They prefer briefs. We did that one the other day. And lastly, I woke up this morning and accidentally used my dog shampoo. I felt like such a good boy today. There's no way that gets a groan. All right, guys. You got Vinny coming up next, so make sure you stay tuned right here on 105.7 The Fan. We're back tomorrow.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In their first game after selling at the trade deadline, the Orioles took game one of their series with the Angels. It was a pitcher's duel as Cade Povich threw 6 scoreless innings, while Grayson Rodriguez delivered his best start of the season in his return to Baltimore, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk while striking out 6 in 7 innings of work. It was his first start against the O's since being traded in the offseason. Moving Taylor Ward to Seattle before the trade deadline opened a spot for a right-handed bat in the Orioles outfield, and Christian Franklin is looking to capitalize on that. Baltimore added Franklin in a trade with the Nationals for minor league reliever Joe Glassie. He was immediately called up to make his major league debut Tuesday and spoke on the opportunity following the game.
It was definitely unexpected, just the way it happened, super close to the deadline, but I mean, it's a blessing. So I'm just grateful, that the Orioles organization gave me a shot, and just grateful, to be on this team and, be fighting for something at the end of the season. It's awesome to be playing for something, rather than, just playing for yourself or development in the minor leagues. You're actually trying to win something, so it's cool.
Franklin was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in his debut. The Birds will look to keep things rolling against the Angels Tuesday night. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT, sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick, starting at 5:30. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus pay no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
First pitch beat in the center. That's a base hit. Franklin's in. Cows are after a late jump. Will run in the face of Trout, and he scores sliding head first. Down to third. That's off the glove of Encarnacion Strand, and that'll put the Angels on the board. Grissom headed for second. Beats the throw there. This is in Minnesota. Slammed by O'Neill. Left center field. Is it too high? Get up! And we'll go! Another pinch hit homer for Tyler O'Neill. He threw it, and he gets the strikeout. Cano ends the game. The Orioles needed this. Big time. They needed some good vibes.
At the end of the day, it's a man's game. That's it. The game moves on. No one feels sorry for us. No one feels any type of empathy. We still have to go out and play, and the Angels are trying to win. we're trying to win. We got to go out and play. And our guys did a great job of harnessing those emotions and, keeping the main thing.
Greg Alvarez, Orioles skipper. First game after the trade deadline for some high-dollar names. Some longtime Orioles. Friends in the clubhouse guys were sent to other destinations. Adley to Boston, Tyler Wells to Tampa, staying in the division, and Taylor Ward to Seattle. And by the way, he batted 8th last night for the Mariners after batting in the top 3, cleaned up a few times. But he was in the top 4 of this Orioles lineup for most of his tenure. In his first game in Seattle with the Mariners, he was the DH, and he batted 8th. So there you go. We'll see how Dan Wilson manipulates him through the lineup. Adley Rutschman was in Boston, and Andy Koska from the Banner talked to him. And for Adley, a strange day, emotional day. No longer here in Baltimore. A lot of great memories. Still trying to get himself back into the playing shape with the wrist. The inflammation there. And I guess he said he's taking swings or whatever. I mean, you can read Andy's story, BaltimoreBanner.com. But rehab should be starting soon, so it's not like he's close to coming back. We'll assume he'll be back on September 3rd when the Red Sox come to town for a 4-game series around that time, right before Labor Day. But anyway, getting back to Albie, he and Mike Elias did address the team prior to the game and before the media got into the clubhouse. And Nolan, I was actually going to head on down to Camden Yards. But I left my laptop at home. And in my laptop bag is my press credential. I know the guys. And I don't know if they'd be lenient to let me in, because last year I had my 2024 credential and they scanned it and said, it's denied, it's denied. I was like, it's impossible. I mean, you've been seeing me all year long. And one of the dudes, I've known his dad and his uncles for years. But I didn't want to take that chance. But they opened to the media. Polar Bear, very open with the media prior to the game. Basically blaming the players for why they are where they are. We're trading away, paraphrasing, players because we've sucked. We're 4 games below 500. We're in 4th place. We've been below 500 for over 3 months. We're the reason that these changes had to be made. But still frustrating nonetheless. Colton Cowser, Gunnar Henderson didn't want to talk to the media. Should he have, Nolan, spoken up? Old Gun Show, he and Adley drafted same class. And talk about the trading away of his longtime teammate and friend. Because he would have been the most appropriate guy, I guess, because he's going to be next. Because a year from now, we might be dancing the same dance with Gunnar Henderson. But I can understand from a human aspect of it. And we heard Albie say it's man's game. You got man up, men, build pyramids and stuff. But Gunnar should have at least, hit the scrum and then get it over with, because sooner or later he's going to have to do it, we would think.
Well, yeah, I mean, he'll get asked about it, whether it's whenever he talks next. Yeah. So, I mean, like a rip the Band-Aid type of thing off, right? Maybe it's still fresh. I don't know. They seem pretty close. But personally, I was kind of surprised how many guys did talk or didn't really shy away from the microphones pregame yesterday. That would have been teed up easy. Everyone's distraught after the deadline, losing a core guy like Adley. Everyone would have ran and hid. We don't want to talk about it, blah, blah, blah. And you could see it impacted them. I mean, hearing the comments that, they made, you could hear the emotion in the voice of some of these guys. So I get it. But for Gunnar and him individually, I think some of it is he knows he wouldn't just be asked about losing Adley. It would then turn into him and next year. Yeah. And I can totally get why you don't even want to entertain that right now, because, I trust him to give a safe answer, but anything you give there, we're picking, we're needling. What did he mean by this? What did he mean when he said that? It's just, I get the standpoint.
Yeah, and for the Orioles, they do win, which we'll get to the game. Tyler O'Neill coming through with his 3rd pinch hit homer of the year. And K. Povich scattering 7 hits and getting the K number up there. Shutout baseball for sure. A couple of defensive gaffes. Well, that's kind of the Orioles. Welcome to 2026. But I was talking to a friend of mine, and we were revisiting May of 22. And I was saying to him, I was like, you know what? If you would have came to me in July of 22, when Adley was starting to cook and the Orioles were starting to win, and said, I got a crystal ball, and it works, and says that 4 years from now, Adley Rutschman will be playing for the Red Sox, I would have thought you're insane. But yet here we are. That reality is upon us. But the Birds, to their credit, and the Angels aren't very good. And let's tip of the cap. I'm not wearing one today, but if I had one on, I'd be tipping it to Grayson Rodriguez, because we knew he was going to put together the best start of the season. First time he's pitched at Camden Yards in over 2 years. And he came out, pitched 7 innings, retired the first 6, and he battled his way through, only 2 runs allowed, throwing high 90s. Velocity was there. I mean, if he keeps that up, then we will be like, damn, we traded this guy's controllable year. But, he's had a rough season of it. But you knew deep down inside, we even said it on the air yesterday, he was going to pitch well. It wasn't going to be, he's going to be out in an inning and 2/3. We knew he was going to be in it for the long haul, and the Orioles were going to have to probably grind their way through it. Cano gets the save, and we have seen during his tenure, who was acquired in 22, after Adley came up, he was part of that trade deadline with Mancini and Lope and all of those guys. He gets the save, and we've seen Nolan, that closer. I'm not saying he's not a high leverage pitcher, because he can get you 7th, 8th, and he was an all-star, crying out loud, 3 years ago. But closer never seems to have been a role that he has gravitated to or succeeded in. But now that Wells is gone, and I get it that Halsey's getting ready to throw, there is maybe even a realistic chance we'll see the Mountain at some point in time. You got to be closer by committee. We'll see what Hoppy, he'll probably come up today, who throws hard from Seattle in the Ward trade. But I guess Cano's the guy by default right now. And, he gave up the leadoff double and then got himself out of that jam and picked up his 2nd save of the year.
I think it'll end up being committee, like you said, even though Cano is the clear and obvious best choice. I mean, he's your best reliever. Because of the current situation, I'll overlook some past stuff where he couldn't hold down the 9th inning role. I mean, if it's not him, who else? Kittredge, same type of thing. A guy who's been predominantly an 8th inning, 7th inning guy. A little bit of closing experience, but it's not the same. So your options aren't plentiful. No more Tyler Wells. This is it. So I got no problem with that. But I think it ends up being committee just because there's going to be a lot of situations where 6th inning, 7th inning, especially a bases loaded jam, that's your top guy to bring in, Cano, because he induces a lot of ground balls. So you burn him then in a close game. Not saying it's wrong. It's a high leverage spot, but it's going to end up being committee because he's coming in at different points that are high leverage.
So the Orioles win 3-1. Commend them for doing so after the emotional day that they had Monday and the emotional afternoon they had going in the first pitch at 6:35. And as circumstances played out over the rest of Major League Baseball, we woke up this morning on August the 5th. Orioles are 1.5 games out of the wild card because Seattle lost, Cleveland lost, I think Texas lost. So they're hanging around. By the way, Detroit, they won 4 in a row. They're 1.5 games out of the wild card. So wouldn't that be zany if, at least one of the 2 teams, Tigers or Orioles, who were full on sell, one of them ekes in to the postseason? I still think it's a long shot, and we've seen enough of the Orioles to be skeptical. I mean, again, as good as Grayson was, Detmers is tonight, weather permitting. I mean, he's tough, lefty, so the runs are probably not going to be plentiful. It's going to be Trevor Rogers. I just don't see enough consistency on offense. Defense is still shaky. And as we just talked about, the bullpen situation is, unsettled, to say the least. I just don't see it happening. I hope I'm wrong. And as I've stressed many times before, Nolan, I usually am. But this one might be one of the rare occasions where the old Bobster's hitting the nail on the head.
I mean, it's still a lot of work to be done. We know that. But I was fully expecting them to come out flat yesterday. We made the comparisons and the parallels to the firing of Brandon Hyde and the way the team was so devastated by that, and it carried over onto the field. I thought for sure that's what we would have got last night. And then Grayson with the revenge game narrative, it was just going to be a mess. So for them to get scrappy, you get out hit 11-4, you still find a way to win. To me, that it was a gutsy win. Cade Povich to come back for the first time in months and pitch that dominant. 2 runs of support. Hey, that's all I need, man. Bullpen a little bit shaky, but got through it. And then Tyler O'Neill. We rag on him all the time.
Yes.
But you want to talk about a timely hit. That was the timeliest of timely hits last night coming off the bench. Big time swing.
Yeah, and a third pinch hit home run. And, he's doing what he does when called upon to do so. In totality, has he been a disappointment as an Oriole? Sure he has. He was supposed to be your everyday right fielder who's got a 1,000 OPS against lefties, or at least in the high 8s in the 900. And he's been dreadful in that role. But he's come through in the clutch, and I'm assuming he'll be in the lineup tonight with Reed Detmer's lefty on the hill for the Angels. But after Los Angeles today and tomorrow afternoon, you go to Texas, first place in the West. Minnesota, wild carding like the Orioles. Tampa, 4-game series. First place in the East, where you'll see Ced Mullins and Wells and Brian Baker reconnect with some old buddies there. Then the Yankees come to town, and then the Rays come to town. So I'm guessing, Nolan, by the 25th of August, when they go to the Cardinals, who themselves are still kind of doing whatever they're doing in a supposed tank year. Well, I think we might have an absolute at that point with the Orioles.
I mean, we made it this far, man. I keep saying it. Like, you didn't think we were not going to get to June. We're not going to get to the July, the trade deadline. Forget it. Here we are. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not game 162, that final Sunday, to have 4 teams within a game of the last wild card spot? Let's play 163. Who cares? Let's have time. I don't care. Let's get real nuts here.
So the Orioles moved to within a game and a half of the wild card. It was a win, much needed win, as you heard Kevin and Ben say on Masson last night. How did it make you feel, at least for one night? Can they win this series? A sweep would be a beautiful thing to behold before they hit the road. But Trevor Rogers, Reed Detmers, 2 lefties that had a chance getting traded. Rogers sounded like he thought he was good as gone after Taylor Ward was traded, but he's still here. And will he be here long term? That's a story that we can discuss as well. But the Birds win 3-1. Povich, Cano, home run from O'Neill Alonso, 2 ribbies. So there you go. Bring it on, everybody. Ravens out of camp today. It is raining. I do see people jogging, though, so maybe it's going to be indoors, I would think, weather situation for the safety of the players. So we'll get into all of that and more. Brian DiArdo, by the way, CBSSports.com, talks NFL with him. Top of the hour, Tony Penty, OriolesHangout.com, 11:30. Get his thoughts on how the farm system, the prospect rankings have changed over the last 48 hours or so, and anything else you want to get into. Orioles win. Ravens are 10 days away from their preseason opener against the Phillies. It's Woman Crush Wednesday here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $786 million.
That's right, $786 million.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Go to callamazing.com.
I'm Eric Sobel, and Ace Law is here for you. After an accident, the last thing you need is to feel like just another case file. At Ace Law, we take the time to understand what you're going through and what matters most to you and your family. You'll receive the personal attention, honest guidance, and a team that's with you every step of the way. While you focus on healing, we'll focus on the insurance companies, the paperwork, and take care of the rest. Call us at 8888 ACE Law, 8888 ACE Law, and come up Aces.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens practicing today, no pads, in the rain, outside. Looks like the rain's kind of calming down a little bit. Hard earlier this morning, should be gone by 6:35, so we're playing baseball tonight. Oriole Park, Camden Yards, as the Orioles try to make it 2 in a row as they win the opener 3-1. Corey Bullock, by the way, off the non-football injury list, and he is practicing today for the Ravens. Starting center spot still to be determined. So far, it's been Pinter running with the first team. Ethan Posick, who the Ravens signed from Cleveland, could still emerge as the front runner. But Corey Bullock now getting himself on the field, into the mix, guard center, so he can help you on the interior of the line, former Maryland Terrapin, of course. But the Birds win last night, first game after the trade deadline, moved to within a game and a half of the wild card. Let's hear what the people had to say. Let's go to Bill in Annapolis. Bill, what's happening?
Hey, I'm going to say something controversial. My opinion, the Adley trade by Mike Elias was brilliant. And I'll give you my reasoning. One, I think with the potential for a lockout, Adley's value right now is at its absolute maximum. I also think the catcher's longevity is very short, and I think Adley is, if you look at last year and this year and his trips to the IR, it was time to move him. Now, emotionally, I love Adley. I think the world of him, but I think it was time to move him. And we got a heck of a return for him. I mean, a heck of a return. He was an all-star, da-da-dee-da. Next year, if half the season's lost, we get next to nothing for him. And I'll bet you money they talked to him and he wasn't willing to sign an extension. So I think the move was brilliant. And I only wish he would have done the same thing with Gunnar. I wish he would have traded Gunnar, but the probability was Gunnar's not worth nearly as much as he would have been worth, so they're probably going to do this again next season with him. But we got Aloy down there. He was the number one draft choice, first-round draft choice, and he's going to be very, very good. So this is sort of the Milwaukee-Tampa Bay approach. Trade a guy when he's at his peak value, and I think the trade was brilliant. And I also think it sent a message to the rest of the players. You either produce or you're not going to be around. Anyhow, thank you for listening to my opinion. Have a good day.
All right, Bill. Appreciate it as always. And look, on paper, it was a great haul for the Orioles. They added 3 prospects from the Red Sox who immediately move into the Orioles' top 10. And they get Michael Ferret back from Tampa, who slides in the top 10 as well. If you recall, he was traded in the offseason in the Shane Baz deal and was pitching really well down on the, I think AA especially, was doing some damage for the Rays organization. Yeah, so that's great. You've retooled, you've reloaded, and they added Watts Brown last year and Boston Bateman, so they've added pitching for sure. And they drafted Jurua and Quinn. Got it. But right now they're just prospects. And we can sit here and go, Adley Rutschman was a 3-time All-Star, et cetera, et cetera. No, he was a 3-time All-Star. He finished second in the American League's Rookie of the Year voting. He was the starting catcher for the American League All-Star team in 2024. Those are things that were accomplished. With the prospects, we have no idea what this could turn out to be. And if of those 4, 2 of them hit, then you're loving life. Because I don't know if Adley Rutschman's going to be long for Boston once his contract expires after 2027. I mean, we don't know that. Will he hit the IL twice for them while he's wearing that uniform? Don't know. But yeah, to your point, Bill, the Orioles got A's and a thumbs up across the board by most of the expert types. Let's see it pan out, and let's see it turn into wins. And until they turn into wins and success on the major league field, then we're just hoping for things. We're not guaranteed anything at this time. Let's go to Ed in Arbutus. Ed, what's up?
Bob, Nolan, good day to you, gentlemen.
Hey, Ed.
Hey, Bob. The O's, Major League roster building, the O's or any other Major League team, they're all looking to field worthy talent, hit, catch, throw, run with gap defense power at all positional spots, 5 tools. Complement that with arsenal pitching staff of confident command to trust their stuff assortment, fastball, changeup, curveball, slider, change speeds, be complete on the mound. To assist pitchers, squeaky clean defensively, to a 900 fielding percentage, it can be done. All major league fields are groomed for sure hops. Play the ball, don't let the ball play you. Each and every major league player will prove talented enough to compete at that level or not. It's that simple. The O's brass needs to stop hoping for unknown stockpiles to fortify. It sends a message that winning cannot happen now, but maybe in the future. Why not now? That should be the mindset always. Granted, some of it is inequity spending prowess with no cap, which could eventually lead to parity collapse of the sport if MLB chooses to continue to ignore it. Ask any Yankee or Dodger fan if they would be patient in acceptance of an announced rebuilding season in any year. They know there is no such thing. Why is the Baltimore Orioles baseball franchise in dismissal mode in any season? The expectation should always be suit up to compete to maximum level until you're eliminated. The Orioles should always be revered for their legacy, heritage, prominence, never to be overlooked. Last thing today to all concerned, the Orioles do not rebuild, but instead reload. O's brass, change the vibes. Stop insinuating this team to concede. They can win now. Stop telling them they can't. That's it, Bob, and I appreciate it.
All right, Ed, running hot for him, for sure. But Ed brought up the glory years and the history of the team that, I was lucky enough to have lived through, at least 70s into the early 80s. I mean, I was born in 65. And then Ed, of course, he remembers it as well. Nolan, I've told you 1,000 times. First 20 years I walked the face of the planet, the Orioles had one losing season. Went to 6 World Series. Cultivated Cy Youngs at the yin-yang. They just put a bird hat on the Cy Young Award and stuck a face in it every year. Well, that's not how it goes. It's actually a ball and stuff. But you get the point. They've had a lot of losing seasons since 1983. Way more than winning seasons. But to your point, should not be conceding. They've conceded on a couple of different occasions. And it hasn't panned out in the long run. They had the early Buck era, that 5-year stretch where they won more games than any team in the American League. And then Mike Elias starting second half of 22 through the first half of 24. But Mike Elias did say when he met with the media after the trade deadline via Zoom on Monday, they still plan on playing for the postseason this year. But as Pete Alonso said, it's on us. We're the ones that have played this team to where it is. Elias don't play. Sig Mejdal don't play. They put the team together, but ultimately it's up to the players. Was it a flawed team? Sure. Defensively, they sucked. And we've seen that in real time. They lead Major League Baseball, and have for a while, in unearned runs allowed. Encarnacion Strand, who was Mike Schmidt in the eyes of a lot of people 2 weeks ago, he let that ball get by him down the third base line in the 8th inning. Those are things that can't, with your roster challenged and relying more on your rotation than maybe anything else right now, those are unacceptable. No harm, no foul. Mm-hmm. But still, we've seen that more than we've seen spectacular plays, I guess. And Elias put that defense together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how we got here is a whole different conversation. But just deciding between buying and selling, I think you had to be realistic. And in this case, Mike Elias's moves were a reaction to being realistic. And that's why I said yesterday that I was surprised that he didn't make any moves to buy to try to save his own job. Because that was a whole narrative this year. Is this guy, he's on the hot seat. Even if they were 7 games out of the wild card, he might just go full desperation mode, saying, well, if it blow this thing up, I'm not going to be here to have to live through the effects anyway, so I'm going out guns blazing. But he did right by the organization. He played for the future, a future that he might not even still be a part of. So I was surprised by that. The only thing that I didn't like that he said, and it wasn't right after the deadline. This goes back to either the previous Friday or the month ago, where he said something like, feel like we have a better shot of making the wild card this year than 2022. Because people were doing those comparisons, right? Within a couple games of the wild card spot. Not a great team, but, kind of around 500 type of thing. But I would say, looking back on 2022, that was a team that was capable of going on a run. They won like 10 games in a row at one point that year. They were an ascending team. They were, the mojo was there. They had a much more confident group together. They were having fun. It was house money because it was their first taste of actually winning. Whereas this year, they're a descending team. Guys are way too much in their head. Every game feels like pulling teeth to a certain extent. The odds might say that your percentage chance this year of making the wild card is greater than it was in 2022, but I'm not buying it. That those numbers, those percentage chances don't cover intangibles like that or a team's capability of actually going on a run. And outside of one 7-game streak this year, this team can't do it. Yep. So it's been, 3 in a row is what they max out at.
And you mentioned ascending team. There was a point in August 22. They were actually a playoff qualifier, and they did finish just 3 games out of the wild card that year in their first winning season since 2016. So that was a good news story there. This year's team hasn't been at 500, Nolan, since April 30th, the first game of doubleheader against the Astros when they hit 2 grand slams.
If I'm not mistaken, that 3 out that they finished with in 2022, it was them. They were the top team on the outside, so there was nobody between them. Yeah. You got a situation right now, okay, you're 1.5 out, and they did leapfrog Seattle last night, or Detroit, but you still got multiple teams ahead of you. So again, that's a part of the percentage chance to me that I can't even begin to compare 22 to this year. They're not even remotely close.
We'll come back, take more of your phone calls, 410-583-1057. We'll start it off with PT. Orioles win last night, moved to within a game and a half of the wild card. Mike Elias said they're still playing for the postseason, and I believe that they are. Are they good enough to achieve that goal? I don't think they are. Ravens out of camp today in the rain, no pads. Zay Flowers got him a big old fancy contract extension. That happened while we were on the air on Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Woman Crush Wednesday. Corey Bullock, former Terp, he's back on the practice field. Has he fallen too far behind to fit into the O-line mix, at least early?
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
On Tuesday, two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Zay Flowers and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes $108 million guaranteed. He's been the Ravens' leading receiver in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. Head coach Jesse Minter spoke on the extension following yesterday's practice.
Shout out to Zay Flowers. You know, when your best players are just the right type of people and they bring the right just mentality and everything marries together, like those are the type of guys. It's such a great thing when stuff like that happens for them. Nothing better as a coach than to see those guys get what they deserve. And, so really happy for Zay and excited for him.
The Ravens will be back on the practice field Wednesday starting at 10 a.m. Shifting to the O's, the team was able to get back in the win column last night with a victory over the Angels. Pete Alonso drove in 2 with a single early, and Tyler O'Neill crushed a pinch-hit solo shot in the 8th, but 3 runs were all they needed as Cade Povich shut things down, allowing 7 hits and a walk through 6 scoreless innings. Yennier Cano closed things out for a second save of the season. The Birds will look to take the series tonight with Game 2 set for 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with expected showers. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 90. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Vinny's with the Ravens. Had a 1 winning drive. No pads, but practicing outside today. Hear from him coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Corey Bullock back, former Terp. Off the non-football injury list. Zay Flowers got paid. If you want to hear a song from your favorite female artist on this Woman Crush Wednesday, send your song request to the Window Nation text hotline. It's Bob Haney. It's Nolan McGraw. Orioles win last night. Positive news. They moved to within a game and a half of the wild card, but so did the Tigers. And there's still teams ahead of them, but 1.5. And I said yesterday, I'm sick of saying 2.5. So 1.5 sounds better. If it's a half tomorrow, it'd be awesome. And God forbid, can we say, let's not get carried away. Come on, pump the brakes. Let's go to PT in Towson. PT, what's up?
Hey, Bob. I think Nolan makes a really good point. I have never seen a team that appears to be more in its own head than the Orioles. It's just that it's not a lack of effort. It's like they're gripping the bat too tight. Sometimes you see Gunnar or Colton watch a fastball go right down the middle. It's puzzling. I don't know if you see the same thing.
No, I don't see a team that's not trying. I just think
definitely not.
I think a team that is, maybe expecting the worst to happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where every little mistake gets magnified and it turns into a disastrous loss for them. Right. I mean, they prove. Yesterday. They got housed by Philly the last 2 games of that series. They traded away the foundation piece of the franchise, and they come back and beat, it's the Angels, and you can qualify it all you want, but it's a major league team, and it's a win that counts, and help them gain a game in the standings last night. Yeah,
it's almost like they're trying too hard, and I don't know if the young coach can't get the guy's head completely right. But I still have hope, as you know. But my question today, I wonder if the fan base is so over the top with Adley because, he came in and right away we started winning. He did have 2 great years. But then if you look at it after that, in 24, he was an average offensive player. And then in 25, he was straight up 40 points below average offensively. Now, this year, he is, a top 5 catcher in baseball. But when you consider the fact that catchers' offensive peak performance is from the age of 25 to 27, whereas the typical, position player, the peak offensive performance is 26 to 29. And Adley's been on the IL 5 times in the last two years. So I'm telling you, and it was going to be a headache to sign him. So I think it's a great move, and the take is excellent. But I feel like the fans are just a little over the top with that. Like, he's a great player. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know if he's a great, a consistent top catcher. That's my thing.
But let me ask you this, PT, and go back, and I'm thinking like a fan here. And you mentioned the numbers declining offensively. In all fairness, he had a really good first half of 24 offensively. Second half, no. I mean, he cratered. And, bad back. Remember, he missed a couple starts late because his back was sore. Then he took a foul ball off the wrist. He sucked at 25. I mean, it is what it is. The numbers speak for themselves. But if I would have said to you 4 years ago on August the 5th, in 4 years, Adley's going to be playing for the Red Sox, what would you have said to me?
No, my brain would break in half, but I'm an emotional guy, but we can't discount. That's what I think the fans kind of do. You're discounting 5 IL trips.
Oh, no doubt.
And, and he plays that position where you're going to get beat up. So I think moving him, was really a great move. It gets a gut punch, but when you consider the injuries and how he did have a lousy 25 and just an average 24, I think it's a great move. But let me squeeze in one more quick question for you, Bob.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing that really puzzles the heck out of me, I'm lost on this, is what happened with Trevor Rogers? You're not going to keep him through. Well, now they are going to keep him. But can you make sense of this?
Well, maybe they think he'll take the qualifying offer, and they'll get a draft pick if he signs elsewhere. He's made it clear that he has a desire to stay, but he did shut down contract negotiations in season. Not that the Orioles have even offered him a deal, because I think he said that on at least 2 occasions, that they haven't even come to him with a contract. And we get into this lockout stuff. How does this affect him? So, yeah, I figured he was as good as gone. I'd like to keep him around because for the first, 6 months they had him, end of 24 into 25, I thought he sucked. And he's turned into one of their best pitchers and a guy that you're going to be looking to replace with someone of his level. PT in free agency. PT, thanks for the call. Jonathan, you're next. You're trying to get in. You're next, too. Give us a call, 410-583-1057. Woman Crush Wednesday. Send your request. Window Nation text line. Go talk some NFL. Brian DiArdo, CBSSports.com. We're going to handicap the AFC North with him. It's the Ravens and the Bengals and everybody else, or does he see something different?
Next time on The Final Drive.
We'll continue to react to a wild trade deadline that saw the Orioles sell off several pieces, including Adley Rutschman. How do we look back on the Adley Rutschman era in Baltimore? And is Mike Elias's job safe, even if the O's finish below 500? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This morning, the Atlanta Falcons reaching agreement on a contract extension with star running back Bijan Robinson. Bijan is obviously one of the best backs in football, and I think Atlanta's offense will be better than people expect this year if Tua Tagovailoa is the starting quarterback, to go along with Bijan, to go along with Drake London, and to go along with Kyle Pitts. I think the Atlanta Falcons, if Tua plays, will win the NFC South. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Shaka Khan, Friday Ardo, CBS, talks some NFL with him coming up top of the hour. Whip around 11:15, having a world of sports last night and beyond. We'll get into that. Tony Penty, OriolsHangout.com, talk about the updated prospect list after the trade deadline. Orioles bringing a lot of highly regarded prospects. Where do they fit into his rankings? So stick around for that. But let's get out to the phones. Birds win last night, 3-1 over the Angels behind Cade Povich, who beat Grayson Rodriguez, who pitched really well. Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
All
right. Hey, look, first of all, what I'm calling, and I'm getting here on Gunner, right, and on all of you guys. Plain and simple, they asked a question on this radio, on your segment yesterday. What was the difference between the Orioles and the Ravens maintaining success? and it comes down to one. It ain't Mike Elias. It ain't the coaches. Everybody has a play in it. But guess what? Your stars have to be stars. And Oriole stars have not been stars. We can make all the excuses we want for Gunnar. Just think about right now. If Gunnar was batting .300, if Gunnar had 25 home runs, if Gunnar had 70 RBIs, Adley would still be here. Our star isn't a star. Adley got butthole sore when they took this away. This is supposed to be Adley's team, but they gave it to Gunnar 2 years ago. Oh, we want Gunnar, we want Gunnar, we want Gunnar. Gunnar ain't living up to the billing. He ain't what we thought he was or what he think he is. He's not living up. Lamar Jackson will be getting, if the Ravens get crushed, it's going to be Lamar, Lamar, Lamar. Orioles get crushed, is Mike Elias, Mike Elias, Mike Elias. When is your star? When is Gunnar going to take some of this heat? Sit him down and stop kissing this you-know-what. That's what I'm tired of. That's it. That's my rant and rage on Women Work Wednesday. Thanks, guys.
Women Crush Wednesday. Now, I'm not making excuses for Gunnar, and the vitriol coming his way is starting to come more often. And to your point, Jonathan, if he was having an all-star season, the Orioles might not be in this predicament. Pete Alonso said it yesterday, took the blame himself, who's actually kind of sort of living up to his contract. We have put ourselves where we are right now, 4 games below 500. This is why Adley's getting traded, because we're not stepping up. And Gunnar Henderson is the focal point for not stepping up offensively, defensively, base running. He's been a disaster based on expectations where he's supposed to be a top 5 MVP level dude. Let's go to Kansas City. Eddie, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
look,
do Royals fans, I'm sorry, Ed, but do Royals fans, they like Bobby Witt? Are they cool with him?
Yeah, but I really don't talk to any of these people here about their team because they're all bandwagons. But that's a different point. Here's my point. Here's what I'm trying to say. Look, I'm an old guy. You're an old guy. We've been around. I know Nolan's a young guy. Back in the day, the Yankees were the evil empire, okay? And they had a lot of money, just like they're talking about the Dodgers now. And we were always pretty good. But it was okay if we didn't. We were supposed to win. We wanted to win. But we were a small market team, and that's all we heard. And, the Yankees had the money, and we had to just sit back, and that's the way it was. Well, now, in this era, Tampa Bay and Milwaukee have blown the lid off of that. They're a small market, but they still managed to win. Here's my point. I don't care if they would trade every player on this team. I'm not emotionally attached